Hi there, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. It is Tuesday, of course, the middle day of Group A. Players battling it out for that final spot at Champions Week next week. And it was a very good start for one player in particular yesterday. Here's a reminder of what happened. It was hardly Super Mario and a difficult day one for Dutchman Mario Robbe. The 50-year-old seemed to struggle and only picked up a single victory. Like the man he beat, Michael Huntley, the pair will need a much improved set of results today. Stefan Schroer fared slightly better. This clean kill of a checkout earned one of a brace of victories for the debutant. Martin Adams showed that age is just a number. The 67-year-old darting legend rolled back the years on his Super Series return. Wolfie winning 3 from 5 on Monday with spells of brilliance. Speaking of superstars, Arrow's icon Fallon Sherrock was also back in action. A history maker with that 9-dart finish last time she was here, Sherrock also secured 3 victories yesterday. But it was David Evans who was able to open up and stretch a lead at the top of the table. A perfect day from a very good Evans put him in pole position. Yeah, Evans with that 5 from 5 start to this group. Glenn Durrant was watching in comms. Glenn, what did you make of yesterday in general?
As expected a little bit. I think it was very competitive. Obviously, we've got the 5 out of 5 man in Dave Evans, but he didn't average over 90 once. Very consistent around that 87 to 89 mark. He looked good. I don't think it's all done and dusted just yet. Martin Adams, his last 3 games, he won 3 out of 3. Plenty in the tank still for Fallon Sherrock. And even Mike Huntley averaging the 80s for most of his games, so still all to play for.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at that in terms of the table. Of course, Evans top with that perfect start. But as you say, Glenn, Sherrock and Adams in particular in position to change things today.
Absolutely. I think Fallon looked okay. I think she looked good, and I think she'll have been a little bit disappointed with the return of 3 wins and 2 losses. So, I think when she does play the head-to-heads against David Evans, and he's got an interesting first game against Stefan Schroer, who's the type of player who could play that spoiler. A really, really nice throw. I'm fascinated and geeky about throws and that now. And I thought Stefan Schroer looked good and could be a danger to anybody.
Yeah, we often do see players warm into the week. Let's have a look at how the bookies see things after the first day of play. And as you can see there, Glenn, everybody has drifted apart from David Evans, who's now understandably an odds-on favourite.
Yeah, now it's about expectation, because David Evans came in yesterday as, we looked at him as good value. He was 3rd favourite yesterday at 10 to 3. He's got the 5 out of 5 now, but now it's about expectation when you've got that unbeaten tag and that target on your back as well. But I wouldn't write off certainly Fallon Sherrock for me. And in the comms box, Scott Mitchell did say fancy David Evans to win Group A, but he did like the look of Martin Adams at the end of yesterday. So it's going to be an interesting start to the day.
Certainly is. In terms of the bet builder, this is what the punters have been going for, all put together in a treble, just under 4 to 1 this one, and pretty simple stuff. David Evans to win that match against Schroer, this first match that's about to happen. Fallon Sherrock to hit just 180 at least against Evans, and then Evans to have the most 180s against Mario Robbe. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can't disagree with them, to be fair. That looks a decent bet, and at 4 to 1, I wouldn't be surprised if that comes up.
Well, about this group in terms of who's going to be there at the end of tomorrow, look, Evans is the one to catch. Who do you see emerging from the pack to challenge him, or do you think it could be done and dusted by the end of the day?
I don't think it'll be done and dusted. I do like David Evans. I think he's at that real crossroads of his career. He's a guy who played on the professional tour only this week. I think sometimes his biggest opponent is himself, but he's got a silky smooth throw, very elegant to watch. But I still think there's a couple of caveats to this group here as well. I do like the look of Fallon. I think she's here for the practice, which I don't agree with. I think there's more to her game, and just fascinated the way she was playing yesterday. Stefan, he looked really, really good. He could put, the cat amongst the pigeons against David Evans here, so still all to play for me.
There we go. Still anybody's, despite that perfect start, but it could be continued here. 5 from 5 yesterday for David Evans. Can he make it 6 from 6? We'll find out. He takes on Stefan Schroer in the first match, and Glenn is going to head to commentary to join Scott Mitchell.
Thanks, Merv. Yeah, we start today. The order is reversed, so this was the last game we saw yesterday on day one. As we can see in shot, Dave Evans is the man top of the tree. And Stefan will be looking to topple him off first thing this morning. So, Stefan Schroer, yeah. Dutch Masters semi-final. That's what got him here and qualified him through the ADC Europe. Dave Evans from Preston, quarter-finalist at the 2020 BDO
First leg, it's Stefan to throw
Championship.
first.
Seems to go a little
Game
bit
on.
under the radar on his CV. This is 3 Challenge Tour wins is probably the ones that people remember. But on this
41.
equivalent fixture yesterday, Evans ran out winner 4-1. But he had the darts and had the throw yesterday to his advantage as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Scott, isn't it? When you're 5 out of 5. I mean, you would think he's got the ascendancy, David Evans, but will it be mindset? Will it be the fact he's got that target on his back now? I think that this first game's really, really important to David, because if he can continue that winning trend, you know, he could go on to do really, really well. But I wouldn't write off Stefan Schroer in this game just yet.
No, he's just a little under the treble there, and that's always difficult. A lot of players will come out from that with 2 darts being a blocker, and
131.
dancing around the board, and that's a good visit.
Good start from both here, Scott.
180. David, you require 130. $90.
Yeah, lovely set of play for Stefan. It's all about the first dart and 80. You have to stay straight. And that's always the concern when you get super aggressive, and very typical when if you're top of the table, you hit the 25 there. When you're searching for that 25,
60.
That happens.
David,
early chance here for
40.
Evans, and a breaker throw as well to start.
$30.
Yeah, a little bit nervy there, a little bit of tension. The double
Stefan,
top was a long way.
20.
The double 10 was high, wide, and handsome, and a chance for Stefan. I don't think he thought he was going to come back.
No score. David, you require 10.
So after what's been a brilliant start to these legs, it's got very patchy here at the end.
Game shot on the first leg.
And
Dave
Evans will be pleased to get that one under his belt, because it wasn't there as a gimme, was it?
I think the
Second leg,
mindset right now for both players is
Game on.
The intention is to go up and, you know, win 4 legs and average over 100, make a statement. And already after leg 1, you just forget about the averages now, you know, because missed darts in the double. I mean, there was 7 darts at the double there between them and only 1 hit. So now it's just about the 2 points.
I wonder if Stefan's got a new set of darts out here. They look very shiny. There's no chinks on the point.
96.
I did see him sort of open his case earlier when we came through into the commentary position, and saw that he had a couple of sets there. And I'm just wondering if he's
58.
changed a new set of darts and a sort of slightly better grip on them. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll try and get an answer on that, but if it is a good spot. As I see the side angle of the dart, very straight dart, very knurled dart. So it looks like there is plenty of grip on them, whereas David, more of a bulbous barrel, you can see, thin at the top,
96.
thin at the bottom. And that's really good when you're looking for the replication of the grip, so you know exactly where you want to hold the dart each time. So, like you say, there's so much technology out with darts
100.
now. I think David's a little bit more traditional, but it doesn't surprise me that players change darts now. I mean, you know, going back to when I first started, you had the same set of darts for 20 years. You know, now people, you know, players are
60.
changing them weekly and monthly. And I don't mean just people who are obsessed with darts, but even professional players, they're changing the dart as what Scott alluded to there, so to get that desired grip.
98.
I think a lot of it's in the head. I think it's a lot of, I'm one of those that don't change very often.
100.
Days of
Stefan
qualifying for Lakeside, about 6 or 8
107.
weeks before I signed with the dart company before my first Lakeside and had to swap, which was, you look back now and think stupidity, and it was the same set of darts I'd had for 20 years.
91.
And we
David
replicated it, but
87.
it just took a little while to get going with them.
Yeah, they never feel the same as Evans looks at double 18.
Game
that's the
shot
types of
second
finishes.
lay. David Evans.
That are the types of finishes that do take it to a Group A victory. Exactly what he needed, because this was a real
Third leg,
potential
Stefan to
banana
throw
skin
first.
this game.
Game on.
Stefan Schroer showed at times yesterday that he can play really solid darts. He started off very, very nicely yesterday, did Stefan. He petered off at the end, Scott.
55.
And I'm just wondering, he's on debut. I wonder if he just, he clearly got tied at the end, because by far his worst average of the day was his last one. Things like energy bars and drinking water, getting some fresh air, they're all the kind of things that experienced players are doing at the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, it's just a different format to what we're used to playing.
41.
One, it's a little bit shorter. Two, the games come pretty rapid fire. And I'm sure everybody at home are going, hang on a minute, it's just a game of darts. We have to do this at a tournament. And you get a longer break
74.
between games. It's early doors. And as you get better through the tournament, you get a longer break. Well, that's not the case here.
Now, Leicester spotted a double 17, so we're talking about grip there, and clearly there was a little problem there for David in his hands, because the dart did not come out with
43.
dart correctly, but it went straight in the double 17. When it's your day, David, it's your day.
I remember seeing Rob Cross do that once, I think, on a Euro tour. He had
95.
2 treble 20s in the board, and one went off the bottom of the board. I think he was playing Gezi at the time.
100.
Yeah, but David Evans, I was asked the question, I thought, well, it could be difficult for it to continue, because that mindset as I'm unbeaten, when's it going to end? And I really fancied a bit of
58.
Stefan Schroer. I mean, the bet builder, clearly the people out there who are having a bet have gone for David to win this opening game, and he is looking good right now.
42.
Remember, if you're
David
having a bet,
require
begambleaware.org,
134.
18 plus. We
118.
talk about old-fashioned way of going. That's what they're doing. They're using that treble 17 more and more, and a great effort there from the Lancastrian.
60.
Yeah, definitely. It's,
David requires 16. Game shot on the third
tidied up
leg.
very nicely,
David
and this has
Evans.
been the secret to his clean sweep yesterday. His finishing rarely
Fourth leg,
let
it's
him
David
down.
to throw first. Game
His
on.
setup play was very good.
$78.
Yeah, very solid from David. Just round about the 90 average
83.
mark going into them first 3 darts there. Pretty solid on the outer ring. That 87 finish being the highlight so far. It's just a very polished performance, isn't it?
140.
Yeah, and those darts on the outer ring that you miss, even if you get out in 3 darts and you've scored nothing with the first 2, they do damage the average.
Yeah, I think averages, like we said,
100.
put them to bed. And, for David, if he can get 7, because I thought it's going to be quite a tough start for him. He's got Stefan in this game, followed by Fallon.
99.
That's now looking like to be a really huge game. If he can get through them games, he's opening up a big, big gap. I mean, we've got the in-play table here right now to
55.
just to my left where I'm sat in the comms box. And right now, he's got a 6-point lead.
$78.
Yeah, very likeable player is David Evans. He's one of them guys who loves to chat darts, and
59.
I'll tell you what, this
David
has been a
Chiriquai,
very, very nice
106.
performance, and he's got this 106 here for a big, big win. It's tops.
86.
Not to be this time, but with Schroeder back on 204. He will return.
$41. David, you require 20. $18.
Well, what he did there was just to try to bust the score and just hit the dartboard, stay away from the 1 and the 2. We didn't realise there by hitting the 8, he's left double 1. So, and to make matters worse, Stefan has put all the pressure in the world on
David,
this one.
you require 2.
So David Evans didn't intentionally leave double 1.
Game, shot,
But in the
and
end,
the
he
match,
gets there to
David
4-0
Evans.
victory, and it's 6 wins out of 6 for David Evans. That was a very professional performance. It was imperative he came out the traps well, and that's exactly what he did, and that's a big statement to make to the rest of the players. David Evans moves on to 12 points and is looking very, very good, as next up will be Mario Robbe against Martin Adams.
Welcome back. So David Evans makes it a Super 6 at the Super Series. His unbeaten start continued with a 4-0 win in the opening match. On to game 2 now, and Martin Adams is back in action. He takes on the Dutchman Mario Robbe. Only got 1 victory yesterday, but he's looking to grow into the week here at the Live Lounge. And Phil Bars talked to Mario earlier.
Mario, here we are at the MODUS Super Series. How did you find yesterday?
No, yesterday I feel me not so good. I'm a little bit, I think, nervous. I'm playing not so good. I hope today I'm playing better.
How much did you learn yesterday about all your opponents you were playing?
No, I don't know.
How much did you learn about the other people in the group when you were playing them?
Oh, fine. There's good people in the group. We have good boys and a girl, and we can good find with together. And I hope today I'm good start on the first match. Yeah.
What were you expecting when you came here?
I'm well for myself. I hope coming higher up, going to the Q school this year in January. Yeah.
And playing for ADC Europe and coming here, is that a big thing in Holland for you? Is ADC Europe really taking off?
For me, it's of course, it's a big up, and I hope so. I do my best here, and I let it see for all what you can do here.
And overall, how do you think you're playing right now? How's your game?
My game is not so good. I think it's 60%. I hope so. I'm going to the 100%. I do my best, and every time better and better. Every match.
Mario, many congratulations, and we'll see you later today. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, mates.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's day 2 here in Portsmouth, and we've just witnessed another masterclass from David Evans. We talked about potential expectation on the guy who was unbeaten overnight, and that 4-0 victory has been a superb start for him. A very refreshing interview from Mario Robbe. When I chatted with him yesterday, he openly admitted to me his English wasn't too good, but I think we got across that he was very nervous about yesterday. His game was only round about 60%, and that's something that myself and my co-commentator Scott Mitchell can back up, because we know Mario Robbe going back for many years, a really tough player who's just beginning to come back into the game. And as we heard there, he's going to Q school, and looking at his age, there's potential the world seniors as well. And a week down at the MODUS Super Series will really show him where he's at. But what can you say about this man, Martin Adams? And both myself and Scott sort of picked up this morning that he looked just a little bit chipper than he did yesterday morning. I think he started very
Mario
slowly,
to throw first.
but his final 3 games yesterday, he played 3, won 3. So you'd have to fancy Wolfie here, Scott.
Yeah, you would on yesterday's form, because Wolfie finished the day so well and started to pick up. He really did start slowly.
30.
You know, he was like getting the boiler warm, wasn't it, on an old steam engine? But once he got a head of steam up yesterday, we started to see more of the Wolfie that we know and love. And it's a big
40.
game for Mario, this one. You know, if he can get off to a good start, and the confidence, there's still a thing for a dart player to beat the likes of Martin Adams. There's still a bit of something about it. And
180.
I think that could give Mario a lift equally if he can manage to turn Martin over here.
Yeah, it looked a nervy 3 darts, didn't it, for the start for Mario. But also when Martin
100
started with 40 points as well, you could see the relaxation in Mario, and that was a love return of a maximum, and he's found straight back in the treble 20 Betty again.
140.
I had a feeling, Scott, this morning that Mario will have benefited from yesterday, despite the fact he started very, very slowly. I mean, he had some averages in the 70s, and he looked pretty dejected after game 3. I thought, how's he going to react from this? But his final
60.
2 games were
Mario
his best
required
averages.
151.
And he's actually started here nicely after that disappointing first 3 darts.
I wonder if he's one of those that would have gone back and maybe watched it and had a little analyse of it. And I'm not really sure whether that's the sort of player that he is.
111.
But he knows that his teammates, and he's in a really good team in the Super League and stuff at home, and they'll be watching. And so there's a little bit of pressure of what your teammates expect from you as well.
Yeah, and the biggest expectation for me for Mario will come from himself, but
66.
after 12 darts, he's left
Mario
himself
required
tops
40.
as he goes through his pre-routine. And there's the focus of the eyes on that desired target. And we know what happens when we see that angle. Wow, Super Mario.
Game shot on the first leg.
But
Mario
a lovely
Robbe.
15 dart, a real settler for Mario Robbe. And like I said, both of these players got better as the day went on yesterday. Nervy
Second leg,
start
it's
from
Martin
both,
to
but
throw first.
it's Mario with that
Game
nice
on.
15 darter. And he'd be feeling good about himself right now.
Yeah, he will. No, he will. And now Martin is now on his own throw.
140.
And the wily old character he is, he'll be thinking, right, I've just got to hold my own throws here and try and break him once, which is not always easy to do in this short format.
Yeah, he didn't
45.
panic yesterday, did he? I mean, that's the thing with the MODUS Super Series, that if you go on a couple of games where you're not winning, panic can set in, but not from this man.
85.
Martin is very old school. He's a spotter's dream, I think, Martin Adams. He doesn't do anything out of
60.
the ordinary.
Yeah, he very rarely leaves that treble 20 bed, does he? And if there's a finish there, he will go for it, even if it's the bullseye and the opponent's on 300. That's typical
60.
Martin Adams.
Yeah. his attitude is like it shows a little weakness if you don't actually go for it. I've spoken to him about it.
100.
And he said, yeah, you know, the shots there, you got to go for the shot, son, haven't you? You got to go for the shot, otherwise it shows it's a little bit of weakness, isn't it? And I suppose it's something he's actually installed in me because I do it too. I do it.
Yeah, I go back to the old snooker days of the
135.
80s and Steve Davis sort of against the Jimmy White, where Steve Davis would play the percentage shot, whereas Jimmy White, I guess, would be the Martin Adams and go for the bull shot at every opportunity. So I was more for
85.
percentages.
Martin, you require
This is a
81.
tidy game so far.
$69.
Where most players there would be absolutely remonstrating with themselves for missing that double with the marker. Mr. Adams just has a little giggle to himself and wanders on back.
86.
You don't believe in that giggle
Martin, you require
as
12.
much as I don't. He will be fuming, but he's so good on the doubles usually. And the reason I say that is the best player I've ever seen on what we call the
Game shot on the
pentathlon in
second
games.
leg. Martin Adams.
And that is a tough one to win. And Martin and John Law just created numbers in that match where
Third leg,
I
it's
always
Mario
stood
to throw
behind Martin,
first.
and whatever
Game
double he
on.
wanted, you just expected him to go. And we all have our own idiosyncrasies, don't we? And Martin Adams, I can't help but notice, still has this dark case on his belt
85.
there. So many players have certain things, and if you just see the back of Martin as he collects his darts there, his dart case is actually on his trousers. They're just at the back there and behind the left.
I always liken it to a holster.
100.
I always feel that these are his weapons. And then when he finishes his game, it's like, you know, like a gun shoot at the OK Corral. And he just, absolutely, and he just whips out the old darts as a game at the OK Corral, slips them back in the holster and jumps on his horse and heads off down to the Travel Lodge or whichever hotel he's staying at.
True grit.
135.
Enjoyable game, this one. And these were two players who were really struggling early doors yesterday. And to be fair, my co-commentator did identify and pick up that they felt that
83.
Mario would benefit and get better throughout the week. And not to panic with Martin Adams. He'll find his way when he gets the old arm going. So far, so good for the pair of them. We call it Moving Tuesday. Would it be one of these two players who can come through the pack?
58.
But David Evans right now, Scott, sat very pretty.
Yeah, very much so. And that opening game means he's sat back in the back room with his feet up on the
100.
sofa, and he'll be very happy so far with his morning's work. And we're only the first, we're on the second game now. It's an important game mentally to get right.
Yeah, I'm already looking at that next game for David against Fallon Sherrock.
140.
That could
Mario
be
requiring
pivotal.
93.
As Mario will have options on 93. He can start on the bullseye, but very aggressive for double 18.
Game
That's
shot
the
on the
way to
third
do 93.
leg.
And look
Mario
at the reaction
Robb.
there from Mario Robb. This is something that we didn't see yesterday. That's the fighting quality. Now that
Fourth leg, it's
wry
Martin to
smile
throw
on the
first.
face of Martin.
Game on.
When I walked in, he said, "Glenn, how come everyone plays well against me?"
It's because he's a likable guy, isn't it? That's what it is. No, I think that Martin is one of
100.
those players, and we've both played him many times. His pace and nothing changes about what he does. So it makes him an easy character
66.
to try and to know exactly what he's going to do in his motion around the hockey. Not so much with what he's doing, because you know what he's going to do with the darts. He's going to do things like this.
180.
Out of nowhere at times, and what a 180, and what a timing that is.
$100.
And those averages just show you that this is a tidy game.
Yeah, tidy, bearing in mind that both started so slowly yesterday. But can you just see the little
100.
shake on the flight as Martin throw? That's been synonymous to his game for, 30 years. But people ask me, how can he be so good at 67? And for
100.
me, Scott, I don't know about you,
Martin,
but you can have all the skills,
121.
attributes, characteristics, but for me, that throw has barely changed over the years. Steve Beaton-esque.
Yeah, very much so. And to compare it maybe to modern day throwers, and I don't mean this disrespectfully in any way to say Rob Cross, is he going to still be able to throw like that at 67 years old? And the answer we both know is probably not.
Yeah, Mario going for the bull there to lead.
Martin, you require 64.
So it's looking very, very good for 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well,
Martin Adams.
I'm going to say Desmond 2-2 because last night in the quiz we got that question wrong.
Fifth leg, it's Mario to throw first. Game on.
Well done, lads. Well done.
$11.
There's the first mistake for a while for Mario there, and a chance for Martin Adams, who's looking good, isn't he? Like I said, this is a good game, but usually when someone gets a big score, you try to follow it, but it's incredible at times when some player scores low, you think to yourself, I've got a real opportunity here, and you tighten slightly.
Yeah, when in reality you should try and loosen a little bit and go, well, you know what?
60.
Got a bit of a chance here. And those times that you do loosen up a little bit, there when you bang the 140 right behind them.
Yeah, one of the questions I get asked is, well, Glenn, how do I? Because when I go to local league, I'm more nervous than when I go and play on a stage. And I won't change the fact that, for me, preparation is breathing. It's just so important. I call it the 4 and 4. Suck that breath in for 4 seconds. Round about now as your opponent's throwing the second or third dart. And as you're walking to the hockey, just exhale slightly. And that really does. That's the thing that worked for me over the years anyway.
My mental attitude towards it, particularly in the bigger games,
60,
and you had little crowds of people behind you watching on the floor. It was try and keep your head while everybody around you was losing theirs. That was my mentality.
Yes,
70.
Imagine being a Teessider playing at Bridlington. I was forever turning round. They were all upsetting Robbie Green once. I thought he was going to get me at the end of here. So can you calm down, lads?
I never had that sort of trouble anywhere, really.
140.
Obviously, Selby was a big place for me where a lot of home support, people that I'd known forever from Dorset and Hampshire would all be at Selby. I always found Selby quite a difficult one.
43
for me.
My favourite.
It's like a Formula One driver having their home Grand Prix. That Selby was the one for me.
Yeah, Bridlin took me 10 years to win it.
45.
We're seeing signs how Martin is just beginning to motor and take total control, but that 5 there just keeps Mario involved. What do you give for a couple of trebles right now?
60. Martin, you require 129.
I'll start downstairs now, I'm sure. And it's treble 20 now for Bullseye. Not to be. He'll switch across to the 18s generally.
93.
And what a nice hit that was with the
Mario,
last
you
dart.
require
Yeah, the setup play for
157.
Martin Adams today has been mighty fine. We're still searching that real big finish this week. We were just sort of talking before the day started. The 120 finish
Martin,
still
you
being the
require
highest so
36.
far. It's double 18 for Martin Adams.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
3-2.
Martin Adams.
And he's now serving out Scott for the match.
Yeah, it was the breaker throw that we said that he needed and that he was looking
Sixth
for.
leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
And he's found it. But a breaker throw is only as good if you manage to hold your throw after.
And he won't like that first one. Just resets. That's a little bit of experience there. What a dart that was.
66.
All the experience in the world and you can still throw a dart. If you ever wonder when the follow through is just because on that point of release when you're throwing a dart, you just, it's basically a little bit of fear. A little bit of your
55.
timing goes. A little bit, I can see the winning line. Just let me get the 2 points and let me settle in for the day. Whereas that was beautiful to watch.
And I'm sure it settles you in the back room as well after
28.
you've won your first one. I think as the day goes on, if you lose your first couple, and then they all become a bit of a grind after that.
Well, I'll be on that stage in January.
140.
I'll be walking in like proud as a peacock when I have 120 average the first game. What are you laughing at, Scott?
I'm just trying to pick my jaw up off the floor here. It's not what you've been telling me for the last 20 hours that we've been here, you know what I mean? It's no, I wish you all the very best, mate, because I won't be playing in January, so you go do it, kidder.
96.
Good fighting quality from Mario. Martin was definitely taking control. Just look at that effortless thrust. He just holds the dart, pulls it through the same line he's pulled it back. And can he follow through that arm? So simple, so beautiful, and so effective. Whereas Mario, the total opposite. Something I don't like on the point of release. Look where that flight is. It's on his forehead.
43.
So it's not the characteristic I would normally see in a throw, whereas that is under the eye line. Can he see out the match? Well, this would be special. This would be the highest finish of the week so far. And it's going to be Bull.
91. Mario, you require 167.
Good miss if you can have a good miss on the ball. Hitting the 14 to lead the 36. Mario is not going to trouble
45
Adams at the moment with any pressure.
Martin, you require 36.
It's been a good, tidy game from both players, but Martin Adams put the afterburners on. He's got double 18 here for the match.
Game,
and
shots,
it's 4 wins out
and
of
the
4
match.
for Martin Adams. It was a pretty
Adams.
slow start yesterday, but he's beginning to motor. He's beginning to look good. We call it Move-In Tuesday for a reason. He's either player that could potentially go through the card today because he's looking very good. A little bit ropey as he's walking off there, but look at those numbers. Just shy of 90 average. Very good on the outer ring. And a lovely couple of double 18s there to seal victory for Martin Adams. He continues that winning trend. Big game coming up. It's Mick Huntley against Fallon Sherrock.
So 6 out of 6 for David Evans, 4 out of 4 for Martin Adams. Winning runs here at the Super Series, and the rest of the field are going to have to respond. The next pair in action, Fallon Sherrock returns to the stage. She takes on Michael Huntley, and Phil Bars spoke with the Welshman this morning.
Mike, here we are, day 2 of Group A. How would you look back on yesterday?
A little bit disappointed yesterday. Missed a couple of crucial doubles at crucial moments where I could have took control of some of the matches. So only winning one game yesterday was a bit disappointed because in the one game I played really well against Martin there, but just missed a couple of crucial doubles at the wrong time in a couple of the other matches. So hopefully put that right today now and get a few more wins on the board.
A big day, as you say. David Evans has a lead at the top of the table. So is it important to try and cut that lead as soon as possible?
Yeah, I need to sort of get stuck in now early doors this morning. Really need to get a couple of wins straight away and then hopefully build the confidence through the day and in the morning and try and catch up with the top of the board there.
Overall, where is the Mike Huntley game right now?
Yeah, it's going all right. I'm playing some good stuff, but just lacking a bit of consistency now and again. Just need to sort that out. And like you say, like yesterday, just a little bit more composure in them crucial moments where you can take control of a match by hitting that crucial double. So, yeah, a little bit disappointed, but the game's there, so it's just putting it right. You know, like I put it right against Martin. If I can keep doing that all day, I got a good chance of going. You could win every game. So yeah, just keep positive and hopefully those doubles will go in at the right moments.
Mike, wish you all the very best ahead of play, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Another very insightful interview there. You could clearly tell Scott Mitchell that he was from the valleys in Wales. That's a beautiful accent. And I sort of disagreed with him this morning because he said, "Oh, Glenn, I was just so ropey. Me throw was this, me throw." I had the joy of sort of commentating on him last time where he was nowhere near at his fluent best. And I thought he averaged very, very well yesterday. He was just a little bit inconsistent, of which he identified in the interview there. 51-year-old, you see, Michael Babyface is his nickname. Well, he's actually top of the world seniors rankings, but he's got his hands full because Fallon Sherrock, I felt she was on cruise control yesterday. And
First leg, it's Michael to throw first.
To leave on 6 points.
Game on.
But for me, you could see clearly that Fallon's game's in really good shape right now, and I'll probably put the mockers on it, but I fancy a really good day for Fallon, which, like I said, with the way my judgments go sometimes, it's probably she won't be thanking me for that later, but 50-50 game.
Yeah, possibly. I think the interview there was a very honest assumption from Michael. He picked up where maybe his flaws were. He realises what he's got to do today, and sometimes players have the sort of experience to skirt round some of Phil Bowers' questions. And I think he answered them all honestly, which is obviously what viewers and fans want to see. He knows kind of where it didn't quite go right yesterday.
123.
And what a tough start it is to have to come and try and sort of win 4 or 5 today, and starting with Fallon, who averaged highest of all the players yesterday over the 5 games.
95. $60.
Yeah, we talked at length yesterday regarding Fallon Sherrock. I mean, what a story it's been, what a success it's been. And you know what myself and Scott certainly agreed on is the way she's handled
60.
it very well. You know, the real positivity that she dealt with incredibly well. The way she portrayed herself and ladies' darts and everything she wanted to do for equality in darts.
140.
There's also the negative stuff, which I'm sure me and Scott can confirm that it happens. You can get messages which can really knock you, but I think she's got good people around her, and
98.
she just continued to strive
78.
for getting better and better, and this is an area she's so good at. 66.
66.
Yeah, she'll be frustrated there because that
Michael,
first
you
start was
require
beautiful.
88.
Chance for Huntley.
It's be straight with the first one, and that is exactly what he's done. Lovely marker to guide off and just glance on the
Game
inside,
shot on the
and
first
that's exactly what he's
Michael
done.
Huntley.
The bit I'd like to pick up about the Fallon, where you were
Second leg,
talking
it's
earlier,
Fallon to
she
throw
has
first.
done so much
Game on.
for the ladies' game, and it's a continuation of what the likes of Trina Gulliver, Dieter Hedman, and for those
42.
ladies who are probably not quite so prominent, without wanting to be rude, they are still big names in the game, but they're not quite so prominent as maybe the Makurus and the Lisas and the Fallons are at the moment. And to have
140.
ladies continuing their good work in the form of Fallon and the other ladies. I think it's just great for the game in general.
Oh, great shout. I did some
46.
commentary work on the women's series recently, and listen, Scott, when me and you were battling out in the BDO, you could pretty much say what the semi-finals were going to be in the ladies' game, and I don't think that's anymore. I think the pool
43.
of players of potential winners now has gone from 2 to 4 to 6 to 8. And like I said, the top 16, 32 was a real joy to watch and such a bright future.
60.
Well, I think I read somewhere on social media the other day, there's been 10 different winners now of these ladies series events. And I think that is just reiterating exactly what you've just said.
140.
It's an incredible balance between youth and experience out there as well, and a real mix in the middle. Real legends of the game and potential legends to come.
80.
Yeah, and particularly with England, you know, Bo Greaves has come out of the youth, and now you've got Paige Paul and Hannah Meek, those types of players who are now
45.
continuing it through the youth. It seems to be a lovely conveyor belt that we seem to find with. There's an England youth movement as well. And England Youth Opens, and they're going to continue to find
Michael, you require
both male and female,
133.
which go on to bigger and better things.
$45. Fallon, you require 93.
So we saw in the previous game where Mario Robbe went direct for the 93 finish. Whereas Fallon used the bullseye.
53.
But all she can do is set up and
Michael, you require
look at the finish.
88.
Michael Huntley's left himself exactly the finish he's just completed. Previously went treble 20. This time he may need the bullseye. No, it's double 7. And it's 2-0
on the
Michael
second
Huntley. All
leg.
the concerns
Michael
and problems he
Huntley.
had on the outer ring yesterday, they're slowly being eradicated today. I did say I potentially would put the mockers on Fallon. I felt she would have a really, really good today. And currently it's Michael Huntley leading
Third leg, it's
2-0.
Michael to
I am
throw
sorry,
first.
Fallon.
Game on.
I'm one of those that when you play Fallon, you know you've got to bring your best game. It's that simple. She will not let you off the hook. So I think Fallon's coming into
100.
that stage now where it's now becoming a norm to play one of the ladies. It's now become where in our day it was very unusual that you played a lady. I know
59.
I've been beat by Dieter in the past at the England Open on the Friday night on the warm-ups and stuff because it was so unusual. And then all the ladies gathered round her, and I was like, my hand was
43.
shaking, my knee would. It was like my very first Lakeside. But now for Fallon, it's not so unusual. The lads are playing her all the time because of the standard that she plays at.
58.
And they've got to play their best, otherwise they know that she's going to get you.
Yeah, and Gon's that shock factor as well, isn't it, when she beats you? You know, it's not as if Michael would be upset if Fallon would win here, of course. It'd be just like any normal game. So
60.
that is the case. But Michael Huntley, no surprise to you, Scott, because you've been on the seniors competitions as well, where Michael is ranked number 1 right now. So
100.
you'll have seen his best starter. I guess him leading Fallon 2-0 right now is no shock to you.
No. His floor game is very, very good, and I think that he'll admit
76.
that himself. You know, I think his floor game is somewhere where he is very comfortable, and those senior events are played on the floor, and he seems to take to the most of the time like a duck to water. And he's in a room of guys that, you know, the Thorntons and the Supermax and the Paul Hogans, and maybe not all the attention is on him.
78.
He can go under the radar a little. And I think that suits him just nicely.
60. Michael, you require 144.
Well, his finishing's been great today. If he can get down to double 12. Just taking his time, just resetting himself.
125.
I'm about to say, Scott, he did everything right. You could argue he upset his rhythm after the second treble there by stopping. But he mustn't think too much about it because here comes Fallon.
170.
With
Michael,
that
you
wry
require
smile,
19.
knowing she did all she could.
I tell you what, that was very, very close to the 19.
Michael
And
Huntley.
sometimes you can just relax yourself when you do that. You could see him breathe out with a
Fourth
little
leg,
bit
it's
of
Fallon to
relief.
throw first.
But his
Game
finishing's
on.
been absolutely superb today. 3 from 5 on the outer ring. That's the difference so far.
99.
Yeah, people talk so much about averages, don't they? But there you go. Averages don't always win your games.
60.
Yeah, the only 180 in the game there too. Maybe the second one now.
180.
There we go. Called right in.
Yeah, we're seeing some fabulous angles of camera work of where the darts will go. That's exactly what Michael is seeing.
140.
Sometimes you think, why did he move down to treble 19? Well, some of the angles of the darts that Mike Huntley's darts going, you can understand why he uses the board a little bit different. Whereas
94.
Fallon likes that switch to the 18s.
And all these camera angles, we're able to have those because this is a purpose-built studio for this. So
70.
maybe on
Fallon, you
other
require 128.
sort of broadcasts you won't see it, but this is what this is designed for.
92.
There'll be some fight back from Fallon. Like I said, you look at all facets of people's games, and you know, it's for Fallon to be 3-0 down and win a game 4-3 would really benefit her because she's here not only for the MODUS Super Series, it's priority number 1, of course.
Fallon,
But
you
she's got a
require
big couple of weeks
36.
and months coming up as well, and she's getting all these legs in the bank.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Another
Fallon
thing
Sherrock.
that Fallon has in her favour, she really does grit her teeth and get on with it. She's never one of those
Fifth
to
leg, it's
run
Michael
away
to
from
throw
a
first.
challenge. You never see
Game
her.
on.
Sort of, she never ever gives up. No matter what position she's in, she always feels there's a chance or a turning point, and is that one in this
100.
game for her?
But to be fair, Mike started well again in this leg. She's going to have to do it the hard way because
96.
even if it goes the distance, Huntley will have the dart in 2 of the last 3 legs. So he mustn't panic. He's still a big, big favourite.
61. $140.
Nearly a third 180 there of this game. She really is making Huntley think about this.
60.
Yeah, you may see her starting the 19. She doesn't need to because she's got the lead, but it is the natural way to go. But the problem with doing that is she's covered an awful lot of that bed there. She'll want to stay because it would leave the big fish. What a
95.
final dart that was, Scott.
Yeah. Chacha slid across the hockey to step to the left and all that business, but it worked for her on that occasion.
125.
And that was
Fallon,
a
you require
big last start from
170.
Huntley.
$58. Michael, you
can see
require
the smile of
155.
frustration. Always a very, very tough finish, this one. Yeah, he wants to stay there, but you can't see an awful lot of that bed.
46. Fallon, you require 112.
Nicely done. Made sure of the 21st. Then had a good stab at the 60.
80.
Wasn't to be on that double 16.
Michael,
So
you
Huntley
require
now for the win is
109.
109.
Yeah, treble 20 to start. And then treble 19. So it's a nice transition. Would leave double 16. Can't be done now. Chance for Fallon to really get back into this match.
51. Fallon, you require 32. Game shot on the fifth leg.
back in the match.
Fallon Sherrock.
There's no two ways about that. And she now has the darts.
Sixth leg.
in
It's
leg
Fallon to
6,
throw first.
So she can
Game
hold
on.
this one. Michael Huntley will be wondering how on earth he's got to 3-3 from playing so well at the start.
Whose position would you like to be in now, Scott?
58.
Still the guy in front?
No, actually. No, I would be happy to be in Fallon's position at the moment. As a player, I know what I would be thinking right now.
140.
And I also know what I'd be thinking right now that he's at the 140.
Yeah, she doesn't panic, though. For another trebleless visit here.
93.
And
Still, Huntley's a favourite.
some would say at home, having the numbers on the board is far more than speculating. Mike Huntley's showing us exactly
140.
what he means business here.
Yeah, he looked a little bit nervous. I totally understand why you said you'd rather be in Fallon's position, hence the question. I thought Mike Huntley was just
60.
beginning to be a little bit ragged. But I tell you what, he's gone from being frenzied to be 140, 140 start and looking very assured.
45.
I'll tell you what he did. He's relaxed. He's against the throw. He's thinking in his head that Fallon's probably got this throw in the bag already and we're going 3-3. And would you be doing that?
100.
Would you be mind preparing before the situation?
Maybe if Fallon had started with a 140, then you begin to plan for the final leg decider. So, yeah, there's legs there where you're already
60.
planning for the next game. But the fact he started so quickly, I think it'll be an immense frustration if he doesn't see out this leg.
And I think it's the right thing to do to plan for the
100.
situation, because then it doesn't
Michael,
come as a shock, but it then comes to
160.
3-3 and you're kind of more settled in your mind about it.
Yeah, it's good psychology, but 116 points away. But again, there's the little slide away. Should go downstairs to the 19s because it would leave 76 even the single.
40. Fallon, you require 90.
So yeah, you're thinking of the bullseye when you see the score of 90. And it is the bullseye.
65.
Can't get any closer, Scott.
Michael,
No,
you require 76.
A well-thrown dart, just a touch unlucky. A big smile from Fallon. She's now got a hope. Huntley with 2 in his hand. 16.
Game, shot,
And
and
his
the match.
finishing was
Michael
superb
Huntley.
in that late game against Fallon Sherrock. It's a tough start for her. It's a 4-2 loss. But Michael Huntley said in his interview he needed to get off to a good start, and a flyer he's got off to. There you see, we did bring it up during the game. Averages don't mean everything. The higher average again going to Fallon Sherrock, but it's those checkout stats. 4 from 6. Very tidy from Huntley. We head into a short break, and we will be coming back with Martin Adams v Stefan Schroer.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 3 games down on Tuesday, and here is what has happened so far. David Evans winning 4-0 in that first match, stretching his win tally to 6 on the spin. Martin Adams making his 4 victories in a row, and then Mike Huntley doubling his triumph tally for the week so far. And that means that in terms of the Group A table, Evans, it remains clear, but Martin Adams is carrying on the chase and is looking to close the gap in the next game. Evans and Sherrock are going to play in a couple of games' time, but Martin Adams in action now against Stefan Schroer, looking to close that gap to just 2 points. And talking you through the action, it's Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thanks very much, Murph. Yeah, it's quite an important game, this one. As Chris has just alluded to, it will change the table and close that gap. And Evans will know that that gap has been closed should Adams win, as he heads to the board when he has to play Sherrock, who was the highest averaging player of yesterday.
Yeah, it's all gone a little bit pear-shaped for Stefan Schroer, so for him, he needs that, get back to that winning feeling again. He ended very poorly yesterday. It was a big 4-0 defeat in his first game today. Whereas Martin's riding the crest of a wave, which
first
I guess
leg,
after the second game yesterday was
game on.
I didn't really expect to see, but wouldn't it be great to see Martin Adams here on Saturday night? He does make the event just a little bit more special. I don't care, you know, how people take that, but he is always going to be a headline actor here at the MODUS Super Series. Played more legs of darts than any other player here.
He does, and
100.
I know Schroer is a big Ajax fan, and I believe they sacked their manager yesterday after a loss on Sunday, and they're second from bottom in the.
It's ever since they signed Middlesbrough's Tuber Akpom. They've gone downhill, Ajax.
45.
Were you happy to get rid of him, or would you rather kept him?
He had a fantastic one season, Tuber, and yeah, I would have liked to have kept him. We only
91.
Commas got 15 million for him, so yes, my geography is not too good these days, Scott. I thought I'm in Portsmouth. I'm sure Norwich is near Portsmouth.
100.
I was going to go to Carrow Road tonight and watch the mighty Middlesbrough, but 3 hours 40. I'd nearly be home.
Yeah, it is.
135.
It's up a bit and across a bit is the easy way to describe it from where we are now, mate. It's one of those.
Yeah, I think someone said exactly those words when I asked the question last night. Well, the questions are being asked by Stefan Schroer here. We talked an awful lot about Martin Adams and how well he's playing, and Stefan has gone through a couple of defeats. But really has come out of the traps here. This is a great start. Should go downstairs. With such a good marker, he thought, I'm going to stay there.
Adding a bit of scoreboard pressure to the Adams setup.
100. Stefan, you require 35.
He does like his double 10 route, but he has decided on double 16 this time.
27. Martin, you require 96.
So Mr. Adams, stock shot, double 9.
Game shot on the first leg.
What you have to do
Martin
with those
Adams.
96. It's the bread and butter shots between 65.
Second leg, it's
and
Stefan to throw first.
Are the ones you've
Game
got to
on.
take out in 2 darts or 3. But you've got to get that first dart right to give you the chance. And when you give certain players, they give themselves a chance, you just
60.
head over to the water table, have a sip of water, because you know it's going.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I just had a smile on my face when the 96 sort of went in there, because it's just something that you'd expect from Martin. Like I said, he was second
81.
best in that leg of darts, and Stefan was looking good, but listen, doubles for dough. We know all that. When you get your chance, you've got to take them, especially the form that Martin's in right now. And like you said, another win here. Again, I'm looking at the in-play table, and this is something that we'll be using more tomorrow when we start looking at all the scenarios. But as you can see there, Martin David was 6 points ahead a couple of minutes ago. You know, it wasn't too long he was looking at that
85.
table, seeing a huge clear. And I'm sure in the players area now he's looking at that thinking, that game against Fallon next is bigger than I thought.
And we do know that David is a thinker, don't
59.
we? We know that from our experience with him. He's one that knows the situation very well. He's one of those that knows those leg differences. And if Jimmy beats Joe and Joe loses to Jane, and blah, 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 he's one of those, isn't he?
Yeah, to his detriment, and that's something that, let's say, we were chatting. Who's going to win this group, Scott? What do you think of this, Glenn, etc.? I think one thing we were unanimously agreeing was that David is just he is a bit of a thinker. Like you say, he's got all the tools that he requires to be a top player. He has that real desire to be there, but I think he just needs to find that little bit of grit about his game, a little bit of belief. And I tell you what, Scott, winning the MODUS Super Series could just be that catalyst for him.
Yeah, winning a week and getting into that finals week could be
Martin, you require 60.
Big turning point in the career of David Evans. He's a little away from that now, but Adams is very close to tops. And now it's 10s.
50.
Yeah,
Stefan, you
one
require
player that loves the 16s
124.
and 8 route, it's Martin. And when you get tops and 10s, you don't feel as confident. Well, this could be a steal back. Oh, Stefan, you have to hit the big number. You have to.
84.
And
Martin,
again,
you
I think
require
he's been
10.
greedy going for the treble there. And I think sometimes you've just got to... Not there, Martin. Not quite there.
Eight. Stefan, you require 40.
Laugh to himself. I think we've already assumed that inside he will be on fire with rage.
Game shot on the second
And that's a
leg.
good-
Stefan Schroer.
Last start from Schroeder. Painful for Martin Adams, and there's your checkout.
Third leg, it's Martin
One
to
from
throw
6
first.
from Adams, one
Game
from
on.
5 for Stefan.
Yeah, you would expect this game to be 1-1, but maybe the other way around. Stefan winning the first leg and Martin the second, but...
15.
And that's that lateral drift, and for the fear of repeating myself, that's the one thing I can see that's crept into Martin's game the past sort of 5-6 years from his
100.
brilliant best.
And that's usually, you're the technical man, not me, but that overhead shot is an amazing shot to show exactly which direction his hand goes on the follow through.
100.
Those from our side angle there look like the hand went dead straight through on the follow through, and he was straight 100. The darts where he's a little bit one-sided or
60.
the other, the follow through is not the same.
And it's more the little flick at the end, so not that I disagree with you, but you absolutely, I see what you're... Good spot, Scott. Good spot.
97.
And like that last dart, if we'd have seen that from that overhead shot, we'd have seen his hand heading off to the right.
86.
And let me remind people, the best throws in the world for me are not world number 1 and 2, so there is a bit of a science to the game, but I can totally see what Scott saw. Yeah. It's as if he's bending it in that top corner.
100.
So what I may do as my homework tonight is go back to the 2016-15 semi-final played and see if he still had that flick in there or has that crept into the game and the reason for that lateral drift. But yeah, good spot, Scott, lad.
Come on, mate. You've got to let that 215 go. You've got to let that semi-final go.
I'm glad I didn't win it. I may never have won a Lakeside if I'd have won that.
44. Stefan, you
just
require
amazing
122.
to just be in that room with 99% of them Wolfie fans. And right now, Schroeder looking good for 1-2-2 for 7-7. We've seen this hit earlier. You don't often see this is the composure. I think he's saying well done there behind him.
108.
I believe he was. Yes,
Martin, you
that
require
is Martin all over.
145.
Has he picked up the fact that maybe Stefan is just a little bit too quick for his own good and maybe, just maybe, should just have a little bit of composure on the double? But that was interesting, that.
41. Stefan, you require 14. Game
He
shot on the
definitely went for
third
the 6
leg.
double 6
Stefan
there, but hit
Schroer.
that 10. And Stefan Schroer, I like what I'm seeing with Stefan. I mean, he's here for a reason. He's here to build up. I'm sure he's got Q School on the
Fourth leg, it's
horizon.
Stefan to throw
And
first.
I think the positives
Game
outweigh
on.
the negatives for him this week. And I don't think the end of the week's done for him. He could be an interesting player in Group C or Group B if he doesn't qualify as Group A winner.
57.
Yeah, and that miss goes down as a good miss, but he played the percentages on the board, which is what we were talking about earlier. The 6 or the 10 left him summit, as long as he wasn't too close to the treble. And it was nicely done.
26.
Yeah, we talked about the ADC Europe and Stefan, just another one to come off that conveyor belt. But, you know, we can't help but sit and think about next week as well. And when you think of some, it's a very cosmopolitan lineup. Andres
60.
Harrison, who's been a revelation here at the MODUS Super Series. Incredible disappointment on his first time he was here. And he's going to qualify, you know, he's there. Marino Michaels. Well, Marino was a top-class player in the middle of the 2000s as well. And maybe surprised that he qualified, but
140.
he's there. Another Sebastian Białowski, who I'm a big fan of, Scott. I don't know what you think of his game, but I think he's got such a bright future. And Anton Östlund as well, which would be
81.
my favourite interview after he won as well, his reaction when he won. So it's going to be a great field next week. And are we going to see someone new win it? Because Conan Whitehead's the only person, after Luke Littler not qualifying, who can win it
100.
again.
Yeah, I mean, going back to your first questions, I'm a big fan of Sebastian, and those guys, it's not always easy to do what they're doing from the countries that they're in. So their level of commitment and
44.
having to back themselves a lot sometimes financially means that he's sort of stepped up to the plate, and it's kind of gone well for him. And yeah, I'm impressed with that young man. Not a lot seems to get up his nose, so to speak. And I like that about him, and I think that's a good trait to have and not have to learn.
Another good trait to have is at the 180 when the timing is required. And for Martin Adams, he's 2 darts away for
59.
parity.
Martin, you require 55.
I'm going to see another game go 2-2.
Clip the wire there with the first one.
35.
It would have been easier to hit it, Glenn, surely.
Yeah, like I said, tops is never his go-to. I never feel as confident, but you can't throw them darts any better than what he's just done there. But no panic with Stefan all the way back on 200. But now he'll be nervous.
Martin, you require 20.
He's right across to the left now.
No score.
Started to creep further and further away.
Stefan,
and
you
it's a big
require
chance
72.
for Stefan now. If he can take this 72.
Yeah, the nerves for Martin were there, but for Stefan, he thinks, I'm not coming back, so I've got a chance. And he nails it.
On the fourth leg.
Stefan Schroer leads 3-1 in this game, and you can see that's a frustrated laugh. There's the scratch of the head. That's how he's really feeling.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, we had misery cam on yesterday, didn't we, when players were scratching the head? But well, Martin, he just chuckles away. But honestly, he is angry. He knows this game shouldn't be 3-1. He knows this game's going against him. And a big reason is simply he just can't hit a checkout 1 from 11 is not where Martin Adams wants to be.
60.
We're going to have to start calling that Happy Cam today. Just as well, Mr. Crabtree's not here. Can we call it Happy Cam Crabtree?
$80. 81.
I think Martin's just taking stock right now and assessing the situation and thinking, look, Stefan is not playing darts that I can be, but I need to win 3 legs on the belt.
140.
And what experience can do for you, the biggest attribute about experience is that I don't think Martin will panic right now. It's the worst thing he can do. He knows he can still win this game, but it's easier said than done.
100.
I have feelings on days where I'm not quite hitting the doubles. And I keep thinking to myself, well, I've got to score more and get there quicker and give myself more darts at it then.
Yeah, and that's when all of a sudden you can try too hard, just like that, and look at them darts.
45.
Every single one. A millimetre away from a 180, you'd be thinking, why me? Why me?
That's a lateral drift 180, that one. 45 is a lateral drift 180.
It's like Laurel and Hardy scratching his head at the back. Look at him. Get the cam on Martin, never mind the darts.
90. Martin, you require 136.
It's Jackal and Hyde. I think Jackal's coming out inside here. He's been hiding for a while. No, that's not good, Martin.
45. Stefan,
Good
you
old
require
chuckle to himself.
And I should watch this
170.
170, but keep your eye on Martin behind me because he is going through everything there. Like I said, we haven't seen that big finish just yet.
99. Martin, you require 91.
Yeah, he did that yesterday, Stefan, going bullseye route when he was on a 170. Martin's gone the bullseye route, and he's absolutely hit it. It's 9 for 32, which is usually his preferred side of the board.
75.
Not this time.
Yeah, you just need to push
Stefan,
that
you
last out, didn't he?
require
And that's the reason
71.
when you're 3-1 down, you. And once again, Stefan will be thinking, I'm going to get at least a dart for the match here, at least 54. So he's just taking his time. Doesn't want to miss the big number. He's done that before. He's gone 18 for the big double 18. This is for the match.
53. Martin, you require 16.
So double 8 for Adams. One out to be safe. One at it. And the second one at it. Oh.
No score. Stefan, you require
Just one
18.
of those games for Martin Adams. And Stefan Schroer comes up for double 9. Another dart, this time double 2.
16.
He could have split the 18
Martin,
there, but
you
I like the
require
attitude
16.
of actually going for it and having a chance to win. Surely this time, Martin. Surely this time, Martin.
No score.
Surely not, Martin.
I don't think there are many chuckles I'll have to right now. I'm going to stay away from Martin Adams after this
Stefan,
game.
you require 2.
I'm going to walk the long way around. There's the Adams camp. That's double 1 for the match for Stefan Schroer. There's his marker.
How did that go underneath there and not go in?
Game,
Well, that one
shots,
did, and that was a
the
bizarre
match.
game in the
Stefan
end. It was
Schroer.
all about a tale of missed opportunities, and Martin Adams' unbeaten run has ended. Stefan Schroer will be over the moon to get over the winning line there, but for Wolfie, he will be super frustrated, and the big winner you feel there was David Evans, because Martin Adams, as we get a wink to the camera there from Stefan Schroer, but just look at that checkout ratio, 5% for Martin Adams. Never seen that before in my life, but fair play to Stefan Schroer. He's stuck in. He gets his first win of the day, and he's up and running. Big game up next. It's David Evans against Fallon Sherrock.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
board 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley. And board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back. Game 5 of today's 15 here in Group A at the Super Series features Fallon Sherrock and the league leader David Evans, who's yet to be beaten in this group. He's looking to make it a magnificent 7 straight wins. But if Sherrock can get the victory here, she will put herself back in contention and close the gap slightly herself. So I'll hand you back to our commentary team. It's Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And I'm sure David Evans was watching that previous game where the unbeaten run of Martin Adams ended, and I guess the big winner was Stefan Schroer, of course, in beating Martin, but David Evans with just Martin just beginning to show signs that he was going to be right behind David. So it doesn't put an incredible amount of pressure on this game with Fallon, but you also get the feeling if he can win this game against Fallon, he's put an incredible amount of points on the board already, and with games to come that he'll probably fancy his chances
first
in that
leg,
one.
it's David to throw
So
first.
A pivotal moment for
Game
me
on.
for David Evans. I was asked the question, Scott, at the beginning of the day, do I think he's going to run through the card today? And I said no. I said I felt there'd be more twists and turns to come, but this is a real big opportunity for him.
58.
I think the question is, the way the results have gone so far, does he have to run through the card? And I think the answer is probably no. I don't think he does, but it would be a massive opportunity that if he could, then it would put him in an unassailable position, I would think.
85.
Yeah, you'll have the 2 Dutch guys to come and Mike Huntley as well, where he obviously beat them yesterday, of course, but you'd have to think the 2 tough games that he will
60.
have.
119.
Yeah, of course, he's got Martin Adams to come. So, yeah, I think I've got my numbers wrong there. But anyway, let's focus on the game in hand. And if, like I say, if he can get past Fallon
100.
here, he puts himself in a terrific, terrific position.
Yeah, he'll open up that 6-point lead again.
100.
With games running out for people to be able to catch him. That's the secret there.
81.
Yesterday, obviously, this
David
corresponding
Jurakoy,
fixture with
139.
Evans won 4-2, but Fallon actually had the slightly higher average in that match.
So 82 left. I thought you might have gone treble 14 there when looking at the fact that
Fallon
Fallon's on
Jurakoy,
120.
120.
This would match Fallon's highest finish of the week. So tops.
85.
I don't know about you, Scott, but
David
I really
Jurakoy,
just expected
58.
that one to sit pretty in double top. But chance for Evans.
Game shot on the first leg. David Evans.
Well, the questions that have been asked to David Evans so far, he's had the answers. Like I said, we've sort of
Second leg, it's Fallon to throw
maybe
first.
give a little
Game
bit
on.
of criticism about the mental side of the game, the improvements he's got about himself. But I tell you what, he's been magnificent so far and proving us all wrong.
140.
That 2-dart combination there with Fallon sat pretty. Fair play to him.
96. $81. 140.
Again, he's one of those, when he's got his little nose in front, and it's away, isn't he? He looks a totally different player as
100.
well.
Yeah, great front runner, isn't he? And like I said, it's a lovely throw. He's a very tall guy, very elegant throw. And when he gets all
95.
the components correct, you have to question, you know, why he's not kicking on from where he's at. In good form, came here. He went to a pro tour last week where he had a 98 average against Dylan Slevin, albeit in defeat 6-5.
David, you require 170.
Would be extra special.
Yeah, I know a little bit about Dylan Slevin.
100.
I was 5-0 up on
Fallon,
him
you
at
require
Q School and lost
40.
6-5.
Well, sometimes, Scott, when you're at the top, things go your way. Sometimes
David,
you can throw
require
a dart and you
70.
think, how on earth has that gone in? Things seem to be going away. You didn't expect Fallon to miss here. He's going to get one dart at tops.
50. Fallon, you require 20.
This is a
Game
must
shot on
hit.
the second leg. Fallon
Hit
Sherrock.
She does.
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
Yeah, the
Game
Dylan
on.
Slevin game that I was 5-0 up. He actually had 5 ton-plus finishes out of 6.
100.
And the one that wasn't a ton-plus, I think, was a 10-dart leg.
Yeah, Dylan Slevin, I first saw here at the MODUS Super Series. How many players who have used 2023 with the MODUS Super Series being their priority run to going on to Q School and will be professional players next year. This is really the real breeding ground now. And like I said, for someone like Fallon here, for
55.
incredible practice, getting lots of legs in the bank ready for the Grand Slam. And of course, the World Championships as well coming up. So it's the place to be.
60.
It sure is. It sure is. We were talking a few months ago about
43.
the amount of sort of stage time and TV time you get here at the MODUS Super Series. And back in the day when I first qualified for Lakeside, 10, 11
58.
and 12, I only actually lost in the first round. So I had 3 matches on TV in 3 years. You get 5 a day here.
133.
Yeah, and the players absolutely love it. But there's the side on view of Fallon's throw. Like I said, look at the angle of that dart.
93.
Basically, she's
David,
throwing that dart from the ceiling so it
170.
lands. All the work is done in the last couple of seconds.
98.
You'd be happy with that. Fallon's a long way back on 263. You might see a manoeuvre around the board. Sure, like that first dart.
45. David, you require 72.
Options on 72, Scott. A lot of players are now going the 16 route because he likes his double top. He's gone under so far, so just resetting himself. He might just over-adjust here.
52.
But once again, stays low.
The 72 that way also means you're putting 2 darts in the same place and limiting the odds of, again, you missing a big number to leave yourself a,
96.
a double.
David, you require 20.
It's one of those ways that I do really understand.
Game shot on the third leg. David Evans.
Well, Scott, when I asked you the question, 9 o'clock on Monday, who do you fancy for Group 8?
Fourth leg, it's
I said
Fallon
I
to
really
throw
fancied
first.
Fallon for a
Game
good
on.
run and victory. But you said David Evans, and so far, so good.
56.
Yes, county form is very good at the moment. And it's, you know, when you can come into something like this with a bit of form and you've got a bit of confidence behind you and you know you're playing okay, these sort of-
100.
it doesn't phase you. You just want to play. You want to play because you know you're playing well, and you can't get enough of it, Glenn. You know that when you're on your pump and you're
60.
playing well, you can't get enough games. You really can't, and that's the prime example for David Evans in this instance.
And it's the motivation of wanting to do that.
28.
You've got to have that fire in the belly. And David Evans, he just sense he absolutely loves the game of darts, doesn't he? He just loves being there, and I guess he would travel anywhere to play darts.
59.
You do need that fire in the belly.
Seeing Dave cleaning his glasses there, I wonder if I could design a
39.
dart shirt with a sort of little dart cleaner on the front there. There's a lot of players that wear glasses now.
Scott Mitchell's going on
95.
Dragon's Den next year.
I've just designed a dart shirt with a very nice little glasses cleaner on the front. We could probably also do
100.
it for MCs as well. You see, you could design an MC shirt. So let's say there's an MC with glasses. They could also do the same mid-game.
What's your gross and net profits and your
58.
projected figure for 2024?
I've got some Hessian sacks in the barn I can make the wipes from.
94.
We digress.
Yeah, good board management there going on the 19th, because 2 trebles and a single there would have left double top.
40. David, you require
But she's gone from being a
140.
big favourite in this leg, and now David Evans, because of that set-up play there, the trebles have been very good, but that last
92.
start there
Fallon,
makes
you
him a big
require
favourite, because 133 is a
133.
real toughie.
He needed to hit a treble with that last start to make the throw, make sure the throw had stayed turned. If that makes sense. It does to me.
93. David, you require 48.
Big moments for David. He's going to get 2 darts to lead 3-1. Let's see how he's feeling. It was a bit snatchy.
16. Fallon, you require
Again,
40.
I'm not convinced he went for the 16 there.
Fallon
Game
is
shot on
so
the
good on double
foreplay.
10, double 10
Fallon
and double 18.
Sherrock.
I never doubt she's going to miss that double. And like you say, by hook or by crook, she's got it to 2-2 in the end.
5th leg, it's David
Like
to
I
throw
said-
first.
I said
Game
pivotal
on.
moments for David Evans. Will he be thinking of that double 16? Because, as Scott alluded to, I felt he was going for 8 double top. But when you want that 48, you're sort of aiming in the
134.
middle of the two of them to make sure you don't miss such a big target.
I think in the background there we caught a smile from Fallon on Happy Cam. It really is Happy Cam today.
96.
I've been trying to think for about an hour.
100.
Who was the nickname of the dart player from, was it Finland, called Smiler? It was Jarkko Kamula. Do you remember him?
41.
I do indeed, and I have actually got a set of his. There was like a cartoon character of him on a set of flights. And I've got a set of those
97.
at home.
Well, David Evans is desperate for the big fish, because this is the 3rd time he's left it in this match alone. Doesn't necessarily need
140.
to go
David,
for
you
it, but there's
require
something special about
170.
this. It's been a special start to the week so far. Then that little shake of the head was not necessary, and for me, when you
40.
bring negativity into your second dart, that's when you can be offset. No emotion required, Dave. You were well in control of this leg.
Unless Fallon hits a treble with that last start.
41.
She hasn't. She's caught
David,
the
you
flight.
require
I
130.
think her gesture. It is Happy Cam today.
$90.
Interesting. Gets there in the end. I think a 180 is pending.
I'm not sure he was aware that he was on 130 there.
140. David, you require 40. Game
Knows
shot
where
on
he
the
is now,
5th play.
and that's
David
double top,
Evans.
and it's 3-2 to Evans.
Sixth leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
The consistency of David Evans is absolutely incredible. If I said to you, he's a leg away now from 7th heaven, 7 wins out of 7.
97.
And hasn't averaged over 90 yet. But every game averaged between 85 and 89 every single time. He's letting the opponent know, this is what I'm going to average. Can you beat it?
Did you say 7th heaven or 7th Evans?
Hey. I like it.
99. $57. 58.
It's all gone just a little quiet, and David has the chance here because this is a bit of a freebie, this leg, because it's Fallon's darts, and he'll know he'll have the darts and the deciding
95.
leg. And you can relax in this situation. He's 30 ahead here. You feel Fallon needs to find that treble right now.
Yeah, well, she's trying to make sure with the scoring, she's just dropping under, not quite propelling the dart with the forward thrust of the confidence of when she's scoring.
95. $140. David, you require 117.
This is for the match. Treble 19 for tops.
97. Fallon, you require 50. Game show on the 6th leg. Fallon Sherrock.
For the first time today, we're going the distance. We knew it was going to be a very close and tight match. They can't even get the fist pump right.
So then
now
final leg. It's David to throw
and
first.
These 3 darts
Game
here,
on.
Scott. Imperative. Imperative to find that treble.
Imperative to your opponent as well, to what maybe they may find to follow
40.
this throw. So
56. $96.
This match is finely balanced, and just a treble 19 for David Evans there will make him a favourite. But that return now from Fallon will now make her a favourite. That's the swings and roundabouts of a game that is very, very tight. These are big moments for both players right now. If Fallon has any aspirations of winning Group A,
82.
you feel she has to win this match. And for David Evans, he's in pole position to really, really seal a big lead in this competition.
58.
yeah, needed a little more there. Fallon needed a treble visit. And that treble visit here from Evans.
100.
Makes him favourite.
83.
Sherrock on a finish after 12. Evans will be looking for his short irons to set up.
59. Fallon, you require
The treble
164.
just reduces when you're in a last leg decider.
54.
And once again, Fallon
David,
had
you
a big
require
chance there.
124.
David Evans 1-2 for only the 1 treble needed for a dart at a double or the bull. So it's treble 18. It can't be done. Once again, chance for Fallon. Nervy ending.
37. Fallon, you
Yeah, it
require
really is, and
110.
a chance that Fallon probably wasn't expecting.
50. David, you require 87.
Treble 17 the shot. Is he thinking bull or is he thinking double 5?
82. Fallon, you require 60.
for the match.
Game, shot,
Fallon Sherrock
and the
gets
match.
there in the end.
Fallon
He was a little
Sherrock.
bit scrappy there, and David Evans loses his first game of the week so far. He will be frustrated. He looks at his hands there. Maybe just a little bit of tension and nerves as Fallon just strolls off the hockey. She will keep herself involved now. It makes it very interesting, this Group A. It was a big, big chance there for David Evans. Like, nothing to write home about regarding averages. It was full of tension and a little bit of anxiety in the end, but it's Fallon Sherrock that got over the winning line. She's back in the race as we move on to the next game. It's Mario Robbe against Mike Huntley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the 6th game of today is about to get underway here on Tuesday, live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and it's a meeting between Mario Robbe and Mike Huntley, who got off to a good start today, a victory in his opening match against Fallon Sherrock. Things looking a bit brighter than yesterday for Huntley. Both of these players only won one match on the opening day of the group. Can Robbe manage to get his second of the week, or will Huntley carry on a fine start to Tuesday? Let's find out in the company of Glenn and Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. It is a stranger one. Huntley beats Fallon. Fallon then beats Dave Evans with what turned out to be her lowest
First
average of the
leg,
week
it's
so
Mario
far.
to throw first. Game on.
It's a funny old game, this darts, isn't it, Glenn?
Yeah, we were just talking just before this game started. We do sort of do some number crunching before and during the games, and sometimes you just want to put your pen down and just forget averages. And
falsified.
That previous game was all about the occasion, the fact that David Evans was probably, I mean, it's crazy to say, Scott, a day and a half into it, where for me that game then he wins Group A, because I fancy him to win at least 2 of the next 3 games, and now all of a sudden questions are being asked to him, and the questions that we've asked about David and his career, and Fallon gets over the winning line. That one, it was full of tension rather than averages. Whereas this game now, 2 players, Mike Huntley, who's actually doing better for me than his league position is actually showing. I think there's real signs that his game's in decent shape. He just has to once again get that belief when he's up there. And Mario Robbe, who had a pretty horrendous day yesterday, but again, I thought he showed
60.
signs of some good darts against Martin Adams in his first game. But for me, I'd have to fancy the Welshman in this match.
Yeah, going back to the Fallon Evans game, I think you've hit the nail on the head. It was all about the situation.
41.
And, it was a tense, nervy thing, but come the end, and with these two, with Mario being a little bit more on the up,
60.
he's going to have to find more of that, I feel, to beat Michael Huntley this time round, because we know that he is on the up.
Yeah, he just looks a little bit nervy, mate, and that's purely for expectation, because he's a favourite for this game. And he just looked at that dart as Mario was closer to double top with his first dart and probably thought, well, Mario's feeling he's not anywhere near his A game. And all of a sudden, Mike's got to deal with that expectation of being fair. He sprints to the hockey there. And I think this is where we'll see his best darts.
100.
A bit more happy cam there from Mario Robbe as he came to the board laughing at his score of the previous throw.
59.
Yeah, you sort of get embarrassed more than anything. He knows he has not come out the traps at all, Mario, here. He's...
$45.
Slow start to this one.
$60. Michael, you require 90.
Overhead cam shot showed Mario's throw there. He seems to line it up on the left eye, but throw it from the right eye.
85.
Yeah, and the disappointment
Mario,
that was
you
one when you see you know you need a big
148.
number first, whereas Mario, it's been a pretty awful first leg for him. And we've seen a million times how you throw your best darts when you feel
100.
the leg is done.
Michael, you
Well, he's put
require
himself in a
5.
decent position. The hardest part of this is the first dart. But he does that with real aplomb. Takes his time, double two.
Game shot on the first leg.
That is how you finish
Michael Huntley.
5. Nice and solid. Didn't even consider the double two. All the focus was on the big number. He nailed that. Can that be the relaxing for him?
And
Second
the look
leg
on
is
his
Michael
face
to
when he
throw
approached
first.
the board, it was like,
Game on.
well, they're not going to go anywhere else. They're going to go exactly where I want them to go.
Yeah, I watched Willem Mandiggers on here a couple of weeks ago, and you're just thinking to yourself, that is not the Willem
60.
Mandiggers I remember. He's so much better, and I'm seeing that with Mario, that the energy is just sucking out of him again today. We saw the positives, how he ended yesterday, but you can see the shake of the head,
30.
the score of 9 in the previous one, the wry smile and the shake of the head on that score of 30. Difficult times for Mario Robbe at the moment.
100. $85.
Good first start there, and it sums up what you were just saying about Mario. It's a little bit inconsistent still at a minute. You know, that was a perfect dart to follow, and it didn't quite work
85.
for him. And it's just something not quite right there at the minute for him.
And if I was Mike Huntley in this situation, I mean, this is the way I dealt with it anyway. When I know
39.
I'm playing better than the opponent's struggling, the analogy I'd use is, for Mike, is because he's pulling and snatching him, Mike, because he's overthinking the situation. He knows he just wants to get to that winning line.
42.
And I would just pretend like an athlete, run out to the front and front run. Just play your own game. Just pretend you're back in your practice room, practicing on your own. Don't even look at the
85.
scores of Mario. You can see he's struggling, but all it's making Mike do is struggle himself. You can just see his darts are snatchy and he's not throwing them like he wants to with the body movement. Everything's going in every dart when really he should be
94.
relaxed now. He's much the better player.
Yeah, front run and don't look back.
56. Michael, you require 120.
That leaves 62, so treble 10 should be the shot. Treble 18 is an option.
68.
Just a little
Mark,
bit
you
of rhythm
require
in the throw there
52.
for Mario. That was the difference there. I think rhythm is just so important. Everything just seems really difficult for these two throwing a
Game
dart right
shot on
now.
the second leg. Michael Huntley.
It's a clinical finish. He just needs to settle. He snatches his darts out the dartboard because he's angry with himself that he's
Third leg,
letting
it's
it
Mario
affect
to
him.
throw first.
He just wants
Game
to get
on.
up there and throw darts like he knows he has been.
Yeah, Mario yesterday, when we started to see the improvement in him, he was throwing
100.
a little bit more rhythmic and quicker. And he seems to have started today throwing a little slower.
140.
Yeah, it's when you're thinking on there. And if there was one thing I used to hear people saying, well, don't think, Glenn, just throw your dart. And you think, well, don't you think I'm trying that?
140.
And I just get the sense that with Mario right now, he's just overthinking the situation.
Yeah, but when somebody tells you to don't think, all they're doing is encouraging you to
100.
think. It's the problem. It's like when somebody says to me, don't eat that bag of crisps over there. There's not a hell of a chance my wife would ever say that to me.
100.
That's where my prawn cocktail went.
$43. Mario, you require 161.
You're all right, me, mate. I'd laugh, hold you by the throat, and eat it in front of you if I was going to do it.
Well, that's sensible play there for
129.
Mario, but I think a 161 finish would have really benefited him right now. And I'm not one. I've told you I like the percentages. But on the positive, this is
60.
by far his
Mario,
best
you
leg
require
of this match so
32.
far. Can he see it out with double 16?
$24.
The trials
Michael,
and
you require
tribulations of a dart player
158.
is all seen in that one player right now.
Well, if the second one goes here, oh, little wry smile from Huntley.
98.
He
Mario,
thought
you
it was
require
going.
8.
It's vitally important this goes for his mojo
6.
for the rest of the day, but he wasn't even
Michael, you
close.
require 60.
Rest of the week, I'm thinking. Once again, the hard part is the first. He does that. Doesn't need to move. Important.
Game
And
shot on
look
the
at that
third
camera angle
leg.
just to
Michael
see.
Huntley.
That's the reason he didn't need to move, because he throws such a flat dart. It's like we talked about the Luke Littler flatty the way he
Fourth leg,
throws
it's
that
Michael
dart
to
to
throw
level it off.
first.
Well, that's how
Game on.
Mike Huntley naturally throws a throw. And that's a clinical finish. 2 good finishes for Mike Huntley in this game. That's been the positive for him so far.
100.
Some will say that the easiest thing to do is to hit a double after your opponent has missed. But double stats here, the checkouts, it's 3 from 4
100.
for Huntley for his 3 legs. And Mario is none from 6. And they roll in that last leg. With that
95.
superb setup, which we said, you said quite rightly, would have been a lovely lift for him had he have hit it.
95.
He laid up, and it didn't go well for him.
Yeah, the reason he stopped there, he realises on 306 because naturally you go downstairs because the treble 19 there would have took him back the treble 20 bed. So
58.
that was the reason, and Mario should do the same. Different scenario. Could go the bullseye with the last dart.
139.
Nothing at all wrong with his thinking of the game right now. It's just the execution for Mario needs to be better, more clinical. And that's the best 3
100.
darts
Mario,
that Mike
you
Huntley's
require
thrown in this game. Now they did
167.
look relaxed. Go for it, Mario.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Where has
Mario
that been?
Robbe.
He had the chance of the 161 in the previous and decided not to go for it. We said he was looking for that spark. He's looking for that catalyst.
Fifth leg, it's Mario
And
to
a
throw
167,
first.
there's no
Game
better.
on.
Can that lift him?
100.
Where did that come from, Scott?
Well, I'm not sure, but if he'd have done it the leg before, he would be sat there at 2-2 right now, possibly.
137.
And then the next question is, how many more times do you think we're going to see him lay up this week?
60.
What I have noticed is he's speeding up. He's finding that rhythm. And this has been a disastrous game for Mike Huntley, and he's leading 3-1. He's all over the place.
26.
Well, this match is a classic tale of two halves. Mike Huntley dominated without being anywhere near his brilliant best. But I tell you what, right now, Mario is flying. Will this help Mike Huntley, though? When you see your opponent playing well, can it help you kickstart?
140.
But as you predicted, he needed something to give him that kickstart, and the 167 did it. Highest shot of the week also.
Smoother, though.
Mario, you
Much
require
smoother, Mike Huntley.
158.
What Mario's playing at a phenomenal pace right now. He's playing a lot quicker than he has been. And I think that's to his benefit.
94. Michael, you require 138.
Are we going to see a Luke Humphreys? I used to say the Della.
$98.
Sensational setup play.
Mario,
will be feeling fairly good
64.
about himself after the 167. Can he check out this 64 when he's going to get a dart? That dart is a 88. Just resets, take his time.
48.
Thought you can't nail a chance for Mike Huntley to see off
Michael,
this
you
game.
require 40.
Come on, he says to himself.
Game,
come on, he
shot,
does. It's a
and the
4-1
match,
victory for Mike
Michael
Huntley. A little
Huntley.
fist pump there. It was all about the 2 points there. It was a nervy game for Mike Huntley there. Wasn't anywhere near his best, but he didn't need to be. However, the highlight was that sensational 167 from Mario Robbe. I say nothing between them on the stats there. The 167 is the thing that's highlight that's there for Mario Robbe. But just look on the right-hand side there. It was all about the finishing for Mike Huntley. 4 from 5. He moves on to 6 points. And next up, what a game. Fallon Sherrock against Martin Adams.
Welcome back. So the first 6 games played today. Scott Mitchell's come to join me. Scott, what have you made of what you've seen so far?
Yeah, I think Dave Evans making a good start was very imperative to what he needed to be doing today and try and end it in a lead. Fallon was a little unfortunate to lose her first game, I think. She had the higher average in the game, and she really needed to get off with a blast and a good start. And, of course, Martin lost his second game, sort of leaving that gap again at the top for Dave Evans to be sort of sitting pretty, if you like.
Yeah, we'll just get confirmation there we see of those results. The last 3 actually all going against the throw, and 5 from the 6 going against the throw today. So it kind of tells me that this is a bit of an unpredictable group, even though yesterday and the first game today it felt pretty predictable with David Evans winning all his games. Yeah,
absolutely. And I know even the next game that we've got coming up with Fallon and Martin, that had a more key look to it at the start of the day, which now they've both lost a game and it's gapped. It's not such a key game as it was at the start of the day.
But you mentioned Fallon Sherrock's difficult start. Well, it was a very good start for Mike Huntley. Got that victory over Fallon Sherrock after she'd missed this opportunity, and then he's gone on since then to win his second match as well. So already doing better than he did yesterday.
Yeah, very much so. But Mike's average yesterday was right up there and very good. And so it was just circumstance yesterday. It wasn't that he wasn't playing well enough. It was just people were doing it to him was the problem that he had yesterday. And he's come back in and he's sort of shown a little bit more of what he had yesterday, but having a bit more luck with it as well.
Yeah, much better stuff from Huntley today. And he has shown flashes in the past. So if he has a good day today, who knows? He could be in the mix come tomorrow. Martin Adams, we're kind of not sure about what we've seen today so far, because he fantastic in his first match, and then he just had one of those games that all of you have had in his second. So there we see him getting over the line against Mario Robbe in that first game. But then, I mean, you mentioned it in Com, Scott, the next one, you never see that, do you? 5% on the doubles from Martin Adams.
It's unheard of. You only see that percentage if he's got a point that's fell out or he's got no flights. I mean, it's just unheard of for Martin. But like we say, they weren't bad thrown darts. It just didn't go. And when we do all have those games, and obviously then we had Chuckle Cam behind. It was Happy Cam. He was smiling to himself, chuckling and talking to himself, shrugging the shoulders. It was lovely for us to watch, but not good to be on the end of for Martin.
Is that the best way actually to get through a spell like that, just to kind of laugh it off and put it down to a one-off and it won't happen again?
Yeah, I mean, I always say to young players that if you start chucking the bad things in a rucksack on your back, you just drag yourself down, and keep chucking the bricks in there, and you'll get dragged down. And I think you have to shrug it off and you have to laugh it off. But as Glenn said in commentary, inside you're just absolutely on fire with rage, but you're just trying not to show it on the outside.
Well, speaking of being on fire, David Evans was, and it looked like he might be getting a clean sweep again today. He had the opportunity to make it 7 out of 7, but missed the opportunity to cross the line here against Fallon Sherrock. Got the dart at 5-5, didn't go in, and Sherrock goes on, and she's the first to defeat him.
Yeah, but I think most players, anybody that's watching us, have a run in their league, and you're 10 out of 10 unbeaten and what have you. Sometimes it's just nice to get the monkey off your back and lose one, reset and get back on it, because it can be a burden to you at times. So I don't think that's done Dave too much harm in where the group we feel looks like it's going to go. And maybe it could have done him a favour. Losing one could give him a little G up that he needs to go on and maybe win the next 3.
Yeah, well, he's still in good shape, isn't he, in terms of his position in the table, of course, still top of it and 4 points clear of the chasing pack as we approach the halfway stage of this group. But the 2 players that are second and third are about to play each other now. So is this a game where we see which one of them is going to rival him for top spot?
I think it probably is, and I think that that gap from 4 then goes to 2. Glenn and I have said in commentary that David is a thinking man's player, and he'll know that gap has gone again to 2, and it's then how he reacts with his next game. Can he get it back to 4? If he doesn't, then he could be got.
Right, Fallon Sherrock and Martin Adams practicing behind us, ready to play the next match today. And it's all about trying to get to Champions Week, which is coming up next week.
Yeah, very important game coming up there, and you can see the promo, what they're playing for to get to Champions Week next week, and these two protagonists will have the hopes and expectations of being there. It's David Evans, that is 4 points clean at the moment, but you do feel there's extra importance to this game. We call it Moving Tuesday for a reason. Who will be tackling David Evans? Who is the next player that can get to double digits to 10 points? Well, yes, it was a fascinating game between these two. It was Martin Adams that just got over the line 4-3. It was a very tight game. I'm expecting very, very much the same. It was a bizarre performance from Martin Adams in his previous game. 1 from 18 on the outer ring. Well, I've been searching on my databases. Man, I've never seen a game like that from Martin because he is normally so brutal when it comes to the doubles. And for Fallon Sherrock, it was a tough start to the day with that loss to Mike Huntley. A surprising loss. But the fact that she could get over the line against David Evans just keeps her interested in this Group A. And it keeps for the neutral very, very tight at the top still. David Evans still a major, big favourite. But who
100
will be the second player to 10 points?
Well,
there's the first max in this game. I expect more between them as well. I think they enjoy sort of playing each other.
$60.
I do think of my time playing for England when I see these two. Fallon very much an up-and-coming player then. And I'm sure Martin's very proud of what she's achieved the past few
131.
years and where the game of ladies, that little nod of the head there of appreciation for Martin. Great start here from Fallon. Martin looks a lot more relaxed than in his last game. I wouldn't have wanted to be in a players area when he came back after that previous one. And there's the second max.
180. Fallon, you require 130.
She's going to get a dart. You feel that dart is double 5.
120.
That was for a 12 darter. That was for a beautiful leg of darts there for Fallon.
161.
Well, for Martin, it would take something very special to win this leg. We've seen the 167 in the last game for Mario Robbe. Martin Adams bullseye for a 161.
128. Fallon, you require 10.
That's the perfect marker, Shuley. Very aggressive. Can she just kiss off that tungsten? No, she can't. Chance for Adams.
Martin, you require 33.
We know how much he loves his double 16, so look at the big one. He gets it smack bang in the middle. 2 darts at his favourite double.
Game shot on the first leg.
Martin Adams breaks the throw. Fallon check on a very, very good first leg of darts.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game
Scott,
on.
just while you were down there, I was just looking at the CVs of these two players. Unbelievable. When you just sometimes when you self-reflect as a player, and I wonder if Martin's ever looked at what he's actually won over the years. I mean, it's
85.
The who's who of every international open out there, and the majors of the BDO, and even when he crossed over to the joint PDC BDO competitions as well. And now I'm looking at 96. The way Fallon is just progressing from them youth competitions in the Europe Cup in 2011 to where she is a decade later. Fantastic to see.
She's still only the slender age of below 30 as well, isn't
100.
she? That's the thing. It feels like she's been around a long time already, and she still has a long time to go in this magic sport of ours.
I always think the time is now, though, because there's not many people that have that longevity. I'm thinking Steve Beaton, I'm thinking James Wade, and people say, well, yeah, they're only in their 30s, but look, take it from someone who knows it can close down very, very quickly
85.
When you don't want it to. So live for the day right now. And for Fallon, you'd have to say that throw is very smooth. It's not manufactured. It's very natural.
140.
Expertly refereed by Charlie Costafine.
But I think that's exactly what they have in their favour. The people of longevity have that type of throw. We mentioned it earlier, and I mentioned it earlier. And could you still see Rob Cross throwing like he does at age 67? And the answer is no. And I think that the players you've mentioned there, they all have that beautiful, lethargic,
60.
natural, direct, simple throw that just says, come on, let's do this for years.
Yeah, there's one word I feel. I totally agree with everything you said there, Scott. And there was just one word I feel like you missed off, and that's rhythm. If there's a player out there, Scott, whose throw you would love to have today,
147.
We'll look at this leg of darts. I'll let you have a think. I'll even give you the clue of mine. I will say Steve Beaton or Damon Hetter or Tony O'Shea.
Martin, you require 90.
I'll let you have a think about it while we look at these 90 finishers. Should go for 15s now. For the ball.
65.
I think Fallon will go different.
90.
I think she'll start in the 20s. She'll stay there, obviously, for double five or bull. It's bullseye again. It's the battle of the bulls.
44. Martin, you required 25. $17. Fallon, you required 46.
Those wars on the doubles continue, Scott.
It's on the side of the board that he really likes as well. That's
Game
the
shot on
point.
the second leg. Fallon Sherrock
goes 10, and what I call on your favourite double, I call it going home. She went home there to double 18.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
Got the job
Game
done.
on.
So I'll give you time to think. Your favourite throws in the world of darts right now?
I would, because I'm probably a slower, more
137.
methodic player, I would probably say I would have loved to have had a John Lowe type throw, maybe. You said Tony O'Shea, and I would say, yeah, that would be another one of mine who I
100.
wish it looked as simple as that, you know. Two massive players of the game, and both sort of great mentalities and great ambassadors as well.
96.
Yeah, and that point I was trying to make there, my three sort of current players, none of them are world number one. I love the Damon Hetter throw. I love the Steve Beaton throw. But neither of them world number one.
Yeah, I've got, yeah, I do.
140.
I do like Hetter's throw. Obviously, every time I see him, I remind him that I made him. Having missed 3 darts at double 16 in the Australian Darts Open, and then 2 weeks later he's
98.
Australia made the big one and won that as well. And the next thing you know, he's over here and he's beating me over here too. So yeah, no, Damo, just a great guy in personality as well. You know,
I think I woke up very, very early to watch that game.
100. Fallon, you require 170.
If I remember rightly, smashed Jim Williams in a semi about 9-1 as Fallon looks at 170.
134.
Martin had a
Martin,
very
you
good
require
attempt at this 161 in leg 1.
$60. Fallon, you require 36.
She's going home, Chris.
Game shot on the third leg. Fallon Sherrock.
indeed, and she poked it.
Fourth leg, it's Martin
Thanks,
to throw
Scott, by the
first.
way, just
Game
to
on.
mention it.
I thought I'd got away with that there.
Did you think you were sat with Mace? Do
thought
you want me to
so, yeah.
start talking in a Bristolian accent?
Just when I thought I'd got away, my main one was backing me up here.
85.
Throws me under the bus.
Not a chance.
I said it was going to be really tight. This game was very tight yesterday, Scott. 4-3. In the favour of Martin Adams. I felt it was going to go the distance again. But the importance of this match, is just so important. That's a flyer.
Well, I'd love to have seen the overhead shot of where his arm was heading on that one.
77.
Let's get happy cam on that.
If it had been a treble 12, he'd have had a laugh. Surely. I'd have had to have stopped, to be honest, and come back and stop myself laughing if I could have.
Yeah, what it makes you do as well, Scott, is you punch. You're trying a little bit too hard to make sure it doesn't go there. I can
40.
understand them 3 darts there from Martin. Have you played Fallon yet?
84.
Yeah. She beat me at Q School a couple of years ago. No, the year I qualified. Yeah, so yeah, it was a couple of years ago. It was the first day, first round, first draw.
60.
And I was 3-2 up. And then Fallon made it 3-3, and then in come the cameras from behind, and then all of a sudden I go 4-3 up, and the cameras disappear, and then she goes 4-4, and the cameras return.
65.
And it was quite an experience for me, and I didn't get over it. I think I lost it 6-4 in the end. But yeah, no, it wasn't one of those little cameras on the shoulder. It was one of those big ones you see in the BBC TV studios with the big wheels on it and rolling it around.
29.
Yeah, it
Fallon,
got to me a little bit, and I lost the
160.
game. So, but yeah, she played great. She played great.
Yeah, I'm not ashamed to say I was extremely nervous when I played the Premier League, but I bet she doesn't remember the first time I
100.
played her. She was actually living in Middlesbrough for a very short time, and she came and she beat all the county players. And I played her in the final of it was just a Tuesday night, and she beat everybody, and I just knew then there was something really, really special.
17.
Yeah, he's all over the place,
Fallon,
Martin,
you
right
require
now, and a chance
60.
for Fallon to really capitalise. 2 darts at tops. She just moves, so she'll be looking at that left-hand side of the double top. She's good on double 10. I'm glad she moved back.
40.
Obviously, plenty of time. Adams back on 193.
He's a stat for you. 2 from 23 on doubles, so Martin the fast
55.
game and a half.
Fallon, you required 20.
Never have we heard that stat.
No.
Game shot on the 4th lay. Fallon Sherrock. Fifth leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the importance of this game. So remember, if Martin wins this game, it's roles reversal there. But it will make David
100.
Evans think. David Evans has had some time off from his defeat. He'll be up next against Michael Huntley in a game's time. It's a old Dutch clash next.
97.
I think you're absolutely right. I did mention it up on the balcony with Murph that
140.
whoever wins this game will close the gap to 2. And Evans will, like you say, has got to wait another game before he can try and stretch the gap open again. And he's coming into a little bit of form, Mike Huntley,
40.
now. His average is right up there. He's now starting to looking into winning games, and you know that could still be a potential banana skin for Evans today. And
57.
Yeah, for the neutral, maybe a Martin Adams win over David Evans, and if Fallon continues a winning, just gives it a little bit of impetus for tomorrow. David Evans will totally disagree with that. You want to put this competition to bed
100.
as soon as he can. So very much all to play for. But right now, it's all about that lady in your picture there, Fallon Sherrock. I think she's just, I'm about to say, the beginning of the end of this game.
121.
No emotion once again from a super strength of hers.
in what was a massive, massive last dart as well on a recovery.
Well, the best 3 darts of Martin
Fallon,
Adams
you
for a long
require
time. He's
83.
gone ton 40, but previously it's been a very scrappy game. And Fallon Sherrock is double 16 away from a big 4-1 victory, and that's
Game,
exactly
shots,
the scenario
and the
for
match.
Fallon Sherrock.
Fallon
She does
Sherrock.
move to 10 points. It was a tough match there for Martin Adams on the back of his first defeat for a while. I think he had high expectations going into that game, but he's just saying to Fallon there, just didn't happen. But Fallon, as she does straight off theirs, they laugh about it now. But super solid from Sherrock, 90.18 average. an old money, big 30 average, as we like to say. That 83 finish there to finish. Fallon Sherrock is just 2 points behind David Evans. And we have a Dutch clash next. It's Stefan Schroer against Mario Robbe.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robbe Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're at the halfway stage of today's play and a meeting between the two Dutchmen in Group A. Mario Robbe and Stefan Schroer are about to go head-to-head. The pair of them at the foot of the table, but it's Robbe who needs to pick up points after a slow start to the group yesterday. Schroer has 3 wins to his name, including a victory yesterday. So, talking you through the action, it is Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, once again, thank you very much, Chris. And it was round about this time yesterday that I had real concerns for Mario Robbe. He averaged low 70s against Stefan and he walked off. He looked very dejected. Well, he finished the day extremely well with 2 mid-80 averages and hopes were high as he started well against Martin Adams, but he's going through that phase again where he's just nowhere near
Stefan
his
to throw
best.
first.
And like I say, he's got a great CV. He's here for a reason. He had aspirations about getting back to where he once was. So this would be interesting to see how Mario goes for me, but things are not going his way, and Stefan must sense that.
140.
And he must just do a real demolition job.
When I went up to the balcony, I did actually come back through and ask
24.
Stefan Schroer about the dart situation and had he changed to a new set of his darts. And yes, he had. You can see these are very different. He looks to have gone back to the other ones. The new ones were very shiny. The points were very black. And I thought it's the same barrel, same setup, but it was a new set 45. For the grip. And he said he didn't get on with them. He didn't feel comfortable with them. And I'm just looking now, and you can see that that's gone back to the older set. They look worn, not so shiny.
60.
Great spot, Scott.
As we know, both of these products of the ADC
45.
Europe, Already in October, they've had 4 European Tour qualifiers to come here at the MODUS Super Series in Portsmouth, and they've still got more qualifiers to come. There's another 3 to come.
60. Stefan, you require
2 in November
150.
and 1 in December. And working alongside the NDB, you can only
40.
see the ADC going from strength to strength, with Belgium now involved and Luxembourg looking to be involved, and I think a couple of Germans we're going to be seeing.
85. Stefan, you require 110.
Series 6. It's going to be truly, truly global. Super Series.
54.
Yeah, you say global because if there's one player I'd love to see back, it's Raymond Smith from Australia. I thought he was an absolute gem to watch.
45.
Intriguing character as Raymond.
Stefan, you require
a real
56.
deserved winner. Hit the winning double and had 2 hours to get to Heathrow to get home. Again, missed the big number from Stefan. Just needs to take his time here because you can get frustrated when you miss a big
16.
number. Definite areas of improvement that you can do with Stefan. Like I said, the fundamentals are there, but there's areas of the game you can much improve in if he looks back.
100.
Yeah,
Stefan, you
totally agree
require
with that.
40.
And the Ray Smith situation. I just see Stefan go through here.
Game shot on the first lay. Stefan Schroer.
Well, not spectacular, but he leads 1-0. And I guess that's the
second leg. It's Mario to throw
the
first.
name of the game in this
Game
situation. But you can't help but feel when you sit here for, you know, I'm going to be sitting here for 5-6 days, but, you know, you're watching the people grow. But for Mario right now, it's just a difficult watch. You just want him to do well.
140.
Yeah, you do. And again, it's hard to say that it's part of Mario's development at the age of 50, but I think it's part of the development of the comeback, if that makes sense.
131.
He said this morning in an interview that he will be heading back to Q School, which obviously will be European Q School he'll be heading back to.
81.
The perfect dart. Shirley's begging for more after that first one.
98.
But leads the champagne 1-3-2. And for Mario, when you see 180, you're just thinking 140, please. But playing so much quicker is Mario.
100.
So much quicker.
Stefan
That's a
requires
conscious effort by him.
132.
He's working how to get the best out of himself. Can't be done now. Chance for Mario. Can he stay straight on 80?
82. Mario, you require 80.
So important to stay straight.
Game shot on the second lay. Mario Robbe.
Playing his compatriot here could be doing him a favour to take
Third
the
leg, it's
thought
Stefan's
element
throw
out of
first.
the game
Game
now.
on.
I think he's taken a thought element out of the game by playing a lot quicker. That's clearly evident to anyone watching that. I think he's gone back
46.
and as he's reflecting, thinking he's just overthinking on there about the situation. But these darts are a lot quicker. That transition of getting the dart out to the next one.
40.
Well, it's a little frenzied. Let's just say that.
I know what you're like,
100.
Glenn. I know you'll be on YouTube tonight checking him out from 2007 and 2008 and working out what he was doing then with his throw. I'm sure you will.
I will 100% be doing that because I think that's part of being a pundit, part of looking at the evolution of his game. Like I said, I don't know how competitive his English isn't fantastic. I tried to chat with him yesterday, but I would never ever discuss the situation mid-competition for him. But absolutely, I'll be looking.
100.
I did come through.
As well as catching up on EastEnders, by the way.
I did come through the players' room there and
100.
I said to him, talk to me about the 161 and the 167. He said, I'm still learning, Scotty. I'm still learning.
100. Stefan, you require 155.
Treble 20, treble 19, double 19's always a special shot. Should go downstairs to take that odd number off.
59.
Does that to leave a 2-darter, but a chance for Mario if he can get a little 140 here.
$40.
I do like double 19 myself. It's one of my favourite doubles.
Stefan, you require 96.
Yeah, in the Grand Prix, it was double 16 start. If I missed it, double 19. Double 18 for Stefan.
87.
Not to be. And again, like you said earlier, when you see that 176, you were talking about 180 earlier. It's 140 is the first thing that comes to your head.
85. Stefan, you require 9. Game shot on the third leg.
Just cresting the double 4 there, and that's a good sign to yourself. That maybe looks just a little bit on your side there, because that was precariously close to the double 13.
Fourth leg, it's Mario to throw
but
first.
Stefan leads 2-1.
Game on. $60. $60. $45. $100.
Yeah, we chatted about sort of players and the illustrious players who Mario plays with. He plays in the National Competition Super League, and his teammates, the Yella Klassen and Jermaine Watermina at the Cafe Orange Bar. And his best friend in darts was Willy van der Veel. What a player he was.
140.
Super quick. He's here with his son Robin. And his expectation when he got here was just to enjoy himself and show his own
85.
game. Well, he mentioned something in his commentary earlier, which Scott alluded to, that he's off to Q School in January. And I think he'll have a lot of self-reflection. He'll try and identify what the positives are. There's definitely negatives for him to work on. It's whether or not he can do that in the 2 months before Q School.
100.
For me, I would use this as a gauge
67.
to where I am with my game currently and where my mindset is.
47.
And I think he'll know the
Mario
work that he has to do now between now
151.
and then.
And remember, it's a floor event as well. It's tough when you're on that stage and when you're having bad times like he's had.
57.
And you probably feel like that everybody's
Stefan
watching
required
him.
20.
So all your misdemeanors are sort of identified and
Game
highlighted.
shot on the fourth
But for
leg.
Stefan, he's
Stefan
just getting on with the
Schroer.
job. He leads 3-1. And Mario will all be
Fifth
probably
leg, Stefan
thinking
to
if he
throw
loses this
first.
game now, he's
Game
going to
on.
be in Group C. He can start planning the rest of the week there, because, look, Scott, how many times have we seen players really struggle in Group A? And then when they go back into a Group B or a
78.
Group C and they see that everybody starts on 0, that's a big help to you, just psychologically.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is, and
45.
It's possibly you could look at where he is now and say it's possibly what he needs to learn. He's still got another day of
100.
learning here. I would be trying a few different things tomorrow. I would, and whether it be throw that little bit quicker or
60.
move a slight position on the stage or whatever. I would be trying a few different things tomorrow, because it's a bit of a freebie to be ready for Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, it's that
41.
embarrassment when you're on there. You don't want to be on 2 points. You don't want to be sat in the bottom of the table. So experimenting up there, that's something that you'd prefer to be doing at home.
100.
The eyes are on him right now. And like I said, we're seeing him as rawest. But he totally admitted he's here. He wants to get back to where he once was. This is the place where amateur players want to be. They're playing for a huge prize.
134.
20 grand next week to the winner.
$35. Stefan, you require 148.
Seeing a little bit more pomp from Schroeder when he's in front, aren't we? We're seeing a little bit more positivity, and he's Obviously gone back to those older darts that are a little worn.
56.
I like him, Scott. I like him. I think he'd be ideal for a Saturday night because I think he's got that real X factor as well, where he can produce some really fantastic games.
78.
And he's only 92 points away
Stefan
here from
required 92.
a double win over Mario.
$44.
Mario, again, it's the scoring segment of the legs
60.
that are causing him the
Stefan
problems.
required 48.
There's been no such problems for Stefan Schroer in this game. It's 2 darts at tops.
28. Mario, you
Crossed
require
his lines there on the winning moment.
123.
So it's Mario Robbe. He start downstairs. Treble 18. He'll stay there on treble 18.
55.
Not quite to be, so Schroer
Stefan, you
will be back.
required 20.
There's the focus. Oh, this is awkward.
Game,
That
shot,
that
and
was
the
picture
match.
perfect
Stefan
there as that double 10
Schroer.
went, and you can see once again the frustration there from Mario Robbe. But for Stefan Schroer, it was a comfortable win in the end, as comfortable as it can be in a best of 7, I guess. Stefan Schroer moves on, a little fist pump to the camera there. He knows exactly where that is. Like I say, it was a comfortable win in the end. For Mario, it's tough times at the moment. He'll go back. The only positive I can say for Mario is that yesterday was at his best at the conclusion of the day. And for Stefan Schroer, he'll be chuffed to pieces with the 2 points. Big game coming up next is top of the table, David Evans. Can he bounce back after his first loss against Mike Huntley?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Group A is really taking shape. We've passed the halfway stage in the group. We're into the last of the 3rd round of fixtures on Tuesday, and it's a meeting between the man who was unbeaten yesterday, David Evans, against the only player who is unbeaten today in Mike Huntley. He's won both of his games so far. A really strong start to his campaign. And Evans, off the back of that defeat to Fallon Sherrock, will be looking to return to winning ways. If you can stop Huntley getting a hat-trick and guiding you through the action, it is back to Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. Yeah, perfectly put. It's 2 out of 2 for Mike Huntley, and he's been thereabouts in the averages yesterday, and he's averaging that just above that 80 mark again today in his first 2 games. Been very consistent. He won't feel like he's been playing like that, and the facial expressions we've had from him.
First leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
This is a big game for Dave Evans.
Well, what we said about Mike Huntley is that he just didn't settle because of the expectation of him being a big favourite against Mario Robbe in his last game. This one, he's going to be a big
100.
Underdog. And you can just clearly see that them 3 darts are better than any dart he threw against Mario. But it'd be interesting about the bounce back ability for David Evans. So he had a real
100.
opportunity when he played Fallon Sherrock and just fell at the last hurdle. He had control of the game at one point. It would make it very interesting, Scott.
81.
If Mike Huntley did win this game.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would kind of start to open the group up to allow others to start to dictate their own destiny.
55.
If that should happen.
It was a tight match yesterday. It went the distance. It went the 7 legs. And that's when you felt that David was really going to kick on from there because he knew he was involved in a real tight affair.
59.
Yeah, and that was one where Evans averaged just under the 90, and Mike 96. Was hanging in there with an 81. You know, he was throwing second. So he hung in there till the end, and when he was getting opportunities, he would take them.
83. Michael, you require 129.
And you feel that he needs to create opportunities from positions like this.
82.
Interesting. Didn't need to go for the bullseye there.
$100. Michael, you require 47.
Well, in his last match, he was superb on the doubles as Mike Huntley. His scoring was very poor. He'd like to put it all together.
15.
It's roles reversal this time. His scoring's been great in this leg of darts. But 2 darts, a double 16 let him down. You don't want to give this man a chance because he is now going to get a dart. A double top.
64. Michael, you require
16
32.
routes purposely to leave. Double top. Huntley will go back now.
$16.
And he can't believe it. He cannot
David, you require
believe
40.
that he squandered 5 darts here in this opening leg. And Evans now back in. And Huntley can't even watch. He stood at the table.
No score.
Resigned to the fact that he was going to lose the leg.
Michael, you require 60.
Yes, Evans has hit the double, but the wrong one, and he did that yesterday, if I remember rightly.
Same double.
Game shot on the first leg. Michael Huntley.
So you feel to Mike Huntley, but just to put it into perspective, he's 1 from 6 on the outer ring. Mike Huntley in his previous game, less than half an hour ago, he was 4 from 5.
Game on.
He couldn't score very well. And that's the beauty of darts. He's thinking to himself, if I can just put that scoring from that last leg to complement the doubles from my previous match, I'll be averaging over 100. It's crazy what those dart players think about, you know, on their Rocky.
I know what I think about in that situation.
60.
I think, if you give me enough darts at it, I promise you I will get it. And that's exactly what happened there with Huntley.
180.
On a pinhead.
$140. $134.
62 left after just the 9 darts from Evans. Suggests that
47.
he's not going
David, you
anywhere
require
too quickly
62.
here.
That's the quality he possesses. He's going to get a dart. He decides tops again.
Game shot on the second leg.
And what I keep
David
thinking about
Evans.
there is when he had that chance for the match against Fallon Sherrock, he wanted a 48 finish. And I
Third
think
leg,
he was
it's Michael
going
to
for the
throw
8 to leave his
first. Game
desired
on.
tops, but left double 16. Looks like tops is his go-to double, and he's level at 1-1.
134.
Good opening visit with the throw from Huntley.
60.
Making Evans feel that he needed a double treble visit of his own and ultimately forcing him into the mistake of nothing. But now you've got to back that up.
43.
And Huntley hasn't done that.
$140.
Just applying the pressure now is David Evans. Like I said, this is better from Mike Huntley. His average doesn't suggest that because of the misstarts at the
60.
double. But he looks a little bit more comfortable. But a chance for Evans. I think he can sense that he is the better player. He's throwing
100.
better.
A little rapid and a little quicker as well there, that visit.
Yeah, one of the younger players still to be wearing shoes there, David Evans, I noticed. A lot of the younger players sort of prefer the trainer shoe.
95.
Well, for David Evans, quite traditional there with a black shoe.
95. $41. David, you require 106. $90. Michael, you require 128.
This is always a toughie one to 8. 2 trebles. But not that one. He could have only done the 1 treble and gone for the bull. But he can leave it pretty. And he can put some pressure on
79.
this double 8 of
David,
David
you
Evans.
require
But the way he's
16.
playing, you have to fancy this.
Yeah, you do. And Huntley in that last visit.
Game shot on the third leg. David
What
Evans.
a strange one, that. It worked out fortunately for him. That could have
Fourth leg, it's
caused all
David to
sorts
throw
of problems
first.
and deflected
Game on.
a dart. But yeah, just that throw before. Maybe had Huntley left the double. A bit more pressure on
134.
Evans, but now he's starting to go through the gears and leave the party.
100.
It's all part of being the all-round player for David Evans. Yes, it would have been nice to play 15, 115, but
48.
what I was interested to see in this game was how he bounced back from that defeat to Fallon Sherrock. He'll have been disappointed because he knew what the scenario was, but he's looking very, very good right now to go 4
41.
points clear at the top again. He's just doing what he needs to do.
$100. $100.
Just keeps his head above the parapet there, but it's definitely advantage Evans at the moment, especially after that dart. Should go downstairs, but such a good first dart. I
100.
can understand why he did that. But the difference between a 120 and a 119, believe it or not, is... Well, I'd prefer the 120, Scott, anyway.
Yeah, I would, most definitely.
45. David, you require
It's 2 darts at the same
190.
place again, isn't it? Just makes the board management far easier to avoid things like this.
43. $99. David, you require 76.
Just keeps him interested. But once again, doesn't stay straight on that 76. And that's exactly what happens every
60.
time you do that way.
Michael, you require
And a chance for Huntley here.
116.
Just the one treble. He has the option of treble 20 or 19. It's gone traditional. Needs the treble 20 now. Gets it for double 18.
98. David, you require 16.
Chasing round the board
Game
now.
shot on the fourth leg.
Finally
David
gets to the
Evans.
destination. And Evans takes a 3-1 lead here.
Fifth leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
More happy cam from Michael Huntley. A bright smile there. I think deep down we know it wasn't a happy one.
100.
Really beginning to see the table take shape now, and you're beginning to think, because there's an extraordinary Group B this week. I mean, for me,
140.
one of the strongest Group Bs you could possibly get. Already there will be Steve West. Not only a potential winner for this week in my eyes, but a potential winner of the whole competition. He's that good. But look who he's against. Dan Lauby, an incredible talent from America. A really superb player who's got an electrifying A game. He's so good. And Robert Thornton,
140.
absolute legend. And when you talk about CVs, there's no one. You know, Rob Thornton's right up there, and then you're looking at the players who finished second. So that would be
99.
Fallon Sherrock and Stefan Schroer at this moment. Even Martin Adams might creep into that. That would be some group, wouldn't it?
Well,
Adams, Sherrock, West, Lowther and Thornton.
140.
Wow. That would be the wow, wow, wow factor.
Well,
99.
Wow, has
David,
been
you
David Evans'
require
performance
81.
here. Once again, look at his average. Exactly what he's been averaging all week. Not many players have been able to manage him.
56.
He gives himself 25.
Michael, you require 160.
Big ass from Huntley.
Massive ask from Huntley, and it's not to be this time. Big deflection off the previous dart, but that can happen.
78. David, you require 25.
Well, he's been on this double 8 a couple of times in this match. A little bit wayward.
9.
And still not to be.
Michael, you require 82.
So it's 82 for Huntley to what would be an absolute steal of a leg. I'd have gone treble 14 there. We spoke about yesterday having to get a dart at something.
It never looked like going, but I was watching David Evans behind. Never once took his eyes off double 8, even as Michael was throwing. David Evans leads this competition once again by 4 points. The Group A leader moves to 14 points. And Mike Huntley there looks a little frustrated. I think he fancied his chances there. He had opportunities in that game. But once again, super solid from David Evans. Not spectacular. He knows he's got extra gears there. But he's looking confident. And another 4-1 victory for David Evans. We'll move on to the next game. It's second place, Fallon Sherrock against Stefan Schroer.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 6 matches left to play in the middle day of Group A. There are the results so far, and as you can see, David Evans returned to winning ways before the break, a 4-1 success over Mike Huntley. Before that, another couple of 4-1 successes as well for Fallon Sherrock and Stefan Schroer. They are playing next in the fixture about to take place on the stage behind me, and the chase is on to try and catch David Evans. If we look at the group table, Evans has extended that lead again to 4 points, but Fallon Sherrock can make a move, close the gap again. If she can get a victory here against Schroer, who himself is quietly climbing up the table and could be level on points with Fallon if he gets the victory in this one. And to talk you through it, it's back to a couple of world champions in the commentary box, Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. You join us here with Fallon Sherrock trying to close the gap again. It's second versus third in the current Group A table. It could have more ramifications to where the top of this group is going to end up, and who's going to end up in that
first
Group B
leg.
that we
It's Stefan
mentioned
to throw
during
first.
the last match.
Game on.
Yeah, once again, David Evans has done his job, and it's over to Fallon to try and replicate that.
100.
I often use the term spoiler, Scott, and I just feel Stefan Schroer's playing that role right now. He's a type of player for me.
81.
100% certain. I really think he's got a real big average in him, and he's just not someone who you can take lightly. So he's got that really nice throw.
100.
There's certain aspects of his game I think he can improve on. So this is not a gimme at all for Fallon, but she's just warming into the task nicely, isn't she?
140.
Yeah, she is, and if we can look at the table and forget, you know, that she's won 5 and only lost
96.
4. 2 of those 4 have been to the group leader over the last 2 days, so
41.
she's not doing a great deal wrong.
Yeah, it's clear those head-to-heads, isn't it? With, you know, with the main protagonists, the main players in the group, how important those head-to-heads are.
130.
She seems to be mopping up the other games very nicely. And like I said, it's not how you start, I guess it's how you finish. And once again, a win here.
58.
Not looking too far
Stefan,
ahead.
you
She still
require
is then only 2
75.
points behind. But very much still in David's hands.
55. 56. Stefan, you require 20.
For a hold to throw.
Game shot on the first leg. Stefan Schroer.
Yeah, nice and tidy on the double 5. Nobody misses 5s, do they?
Don't hit the 5 was always
Second
I
leg,
used
it's
to say
Fallon to throw
people.
first.
And
Game
so what do you
on.
mean? I said, well, you try and work that out, but don't hit the 5.
100.
Again, another piece of the dozer mindset out there for all to know.
I used to go so big on the 5 it
45.
would dropping. So my theory is don't hit a 5.
So big and so light, so you didn't actually throw it on your normal
100.
trajectory.
It was lobbing it and it'd go a game shot and you think, my God, I wasn't even aiming for double 5. It's just one of those doubles where the real tension in your arm because you may have missed a
85.
tops, a 10s and a 5. So that tension's got to be taken into consideration. So I used to go really big, as close as that W is there. And then to hear the game shot, you think, and that's a
24.
relief. I think when you attack a double 5, you'll see people hitting the 5. Again, my theory.
I've always wanted to ask you why you stand to the left
42.
when you throw.
I never used to. I'd like to think I'm centre, just left. But I know for a period of time, and the honest answer, Scott, is,
100.
in my last house I had Alan Edwards. Do you remember him? He put my dartboard on a corner of a wall, and I just had a feeling I was standing
83.
not like I was flushed as Fallon is playing here now, and I just began to drift over to the left slightly. So I don't think it was intentional.
Oh, I thought it was maybe because you're
41.
right-handed and the dart cupped in your hand a little bit better throwing across rather than throwing straight. For me, I always stood straight on, and as I increased in weight and size and broadness of the shoulder from throwing at quite a young age, I've kind of crept across to the right to sort of the width of my shoulders became sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm an advocate of throwing right in the centre. But yeah, there's a period where Fallon is right now where
58.
That far to the left.
Stefan, you require 106.
Not intentional. What is intentional? He's a 106.8 from Stefan. This would put him 2-0 up. Treble 18 is the shot. Decides to stay there, double 13.
Game shot
what
the second
a finish
leg.
that was. The
Stefan
treble 20
Schroer.
was intriguing decision. He liked the lie that first dart, used the trajectory of the first dart, hit the treble 20.
Third leg, it's Stefan to throw
time,
first.
just crept into that
Game
double
on.
13. He takes the ascendancy.
And had Fallon, like myself, had I been stood behind there watching that, I would have
93.
thought that was a miscount. I thought I would have been looking after the second dart in my head. I've been thinking, oh, he's got this wrong. He's got this wrong.
Did you watch the dart, Scott, behind?
61.
I tried not to, but sometimes towards the end of the leg I would, to dictate which direction maybe I was going to go.
Yeah, I used to close my eyes tightly and you just
100.
hoping to hear the referee, the MC, shout a score, not that game shot sound.
Sometimes
80.
if somebody hit a 45, I would want to know whether it was a big 5 up near the double or whether it was just a poorly thrown one, you know, just a bit unlucky and just in the corner next
100.
to the treble 20. You know, I would want to know at times.
Yeah, where Stefan is throwing now, I use that time to strategise. I used to think, what am I going to do? Assess the situation. I wasn't interested
59.
in what Fallon was doing there. I was thinking, right, I'm 100 ahead here. Let's keep it simple. One treble will do. 2's the bonus.
81.
I had a spell where I didn't watch and I would walk back slowly so that I couldn't see, rather than have to stand behind and then, like say, look at the floor or look at the sky or whatever so that you didn't see. I was quite happy to walk back slowly to
Stefan, you
not
require
have
127.
to watch what was going on, and that would have been done at a counting pace, depending on whatever pace the player I was
94.
playing threw at. If they walked in slowly to throw, then I walked slower because I didn't want to be there. And lots of people would say, "Oh, you were doing it deliberately."
140.
Kind of, yes.
Stefan, you require 33.
But it was for myself, not to put anybody off.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
He had a couple
third
of
leg.
options
Stefan
today to leave that
Schroer.
double 10 and chose to go the double 16. So he's changed his strategy there as we look at Fallon.
Fourth leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
3-0
Game
down.
on.
She had a couple of games yesterday. She was 2-0 down. I did say this was a potential shock, but bearing in mind that Stefan does go to 10 points with Fallon, it's not a huge shock.
Maybe Stefan is using the table
60.
to be his motivation here.
Once again, for me, Scott, the big winner right now is David Evans with this result. If it stays like this,
140.
Yeah, absolutely so.
$97.
This match yesterday went the way of Fallon with a 90 average.
57.
Not quite doing near that at the moment. It's Schroeder that's close up to the 90 average.
64.
And Sherrock.
$96.
I like that play from Fallon. She registered there that the dart at the 20s didn't suit going into the treble 20, so use that treble 19. I do like to
60.
see people do that.
Fallon, you require 112.
And a finish all dart players like, but Fallon doesn't.
Using the harder type flight that she does, it's a good thing to avoid the deflections,
42.
really.
105.
Clever.
Fallon, you
Very
require
clever.
70.
Those reasons behind them bullseyes. Double 16 for Fallon.
Game
Back
shot
in
on
this
the
match.
foreplay.
However, the
Fallon
Dutchman leads
Sherrock.
3-1, and it's his darts next. Can he serve out the match?
Fifth egg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Perfection start
180.
when you're serving out for the game. Nothing at all Fallon can do apart from match it. And that second dart there was
82.
not how it went, but she just keeps herself involved with that treble 19, but very much advantage to Stefan now. Very easy to say, Satie, but just keep it simple. Another single treble would be delightful.
100.
Nothing wrong with a 2-2-1 after 6 is perfect.
Yeah, no, definitely.
140.
Because this young lady will come back at you with exactly the same as what you've been throwing at her.
Yeah, real fighting quality. What I put on my list of attributes, you need that
36.
tenacity. And there's Stefan just being ultra aggressive when maybe just the safety route was the answer. Only 100 behind now. Fallon is right back in this leg, and that's testament to her.
140.
Great darts.
Yeah, it's definitely a massive attribute of Fallon's. And again, a part of the game you can't teach. You have to have it. It has to come from the inside.
137. Fallon, you require
I was beginning to doubt
139.
Stefan there, but them 2 treble 20s has made him a big favourite, and all Fallon can do is put the pressure on, and she's doing that.
122. Stefan, you require 48.
We said it was going to be a fascinating battle. Just takes his time. That's the composure I've been searching from him. Can he execute? Tops. Yes,
Game,
he
shots,
can. That's his
and the
best
match.
win of the past
Stefan
2 days
Schroer.
for Stefan. Fallon Sherrock was just beginning to look good for second place. Stefan Schroer moves on to 10 points. You can see how happy he normally looks at the camera about now, Stefan. He's already done. There's the fist pump instead, but a great win as we look at the tail of the tape. 100% from Fallon on the doubles, but she just didn't get a chance to get there because the power scoring from Stefan Schroer was the real highlight of that game. Complemented with that 106 finish. Excellent darts from the Dutchman. Next up, it's 2 players searching for a win again. It's Martin Adams against Mike Huntley.
And Martin Adams are about to go head-to-head in the 11th game of the day. Wolfie, the 3-time world champion, back at the Super Series and played some decent stuff so far, winning exactly half of his games. Mike Huntley has had a good day today. He's trying to close that gap and get level on points with Wolfie, who he did beat yesterday with a whitewash win. Can he repeat the feat, or will Wolfie dish out some revenge? We will see in the company of Scott and Glenn.
Yeah, cheers, Murph. Yeah, it was a whitewash defeat yesterday over Adams, and it was his best average of the day also as well for Mike Huntley. And you feel that he's only been beaten today by the group leader, Dave Evans, so he will be thinking that probably in his head. I would be if I was in that situation. I'd be thinking I've been okay here today, and it's only the top of the group that's got me, so I've got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, funnily enough, his one struggle was against Mario Robbe, wasn't it?
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it was, and Adams obviously lost his last game to Fallon Sherrock. This is a totally different game for him mentally, I think.
54.
The others, he has a chance to go on to 10 points with Schroer and Sherrock.
85. $95.
Huntley being a little bit wayward again with the odd dart.
54.
Which can destroy you mentally. As you see from Mr. Adams doing exactly the same. It's not such a bad thing if your opponent's doing the same.
41.
Yeah, it's a very snatchy start from both, isn't it? I think it's getting to a stage now where they're planning possibly Group B.
85.
It's going to be a tough ask now because they would need to win pretty much all their games and see David Evans lose games.
$57.
Stupid question, but who do you think will be the happiest a day and a half in? I mean, I know the obvious answer there, but looking at the other players, how do you think they're assessing a day and a half into it? Bearing in mind for the week as well.
I think Martin will be just happy to be back playing something near himself, and right on cue he hits a 180. Fallon, I think Fallon
60.
Although
Martin,
I know she won't be
74.
because I know her makeup, and big players and big champions are never happy when they're losing games, but she's not been a million miles away from this group, so I think if she can
34.
just take stock of that, I think that will help her tomorrow, and I think it will help her if she doesn't then win the group, whichever group she drops into.
134. Martin, you require 40.
He hasn't been in this leg as Michael Huntley, but that setup play puts some pressure on tops. Never Adams' favourite double. He does like a double 10, though.
30.
And that's one of the reasons why you should never, ever give up in a leg of darts. Michael Huntley, that 1-3-4, puts some pressure on Adams there. Can he see out the double?
No score.
That fantastic camera angle just shows you how
Martin,
difficult that double
10.
top was from one side there. You think he just has to replicate the second dart. It was covering a lot of the bed. Don't hit the 5, Martin.
I was just about to say the same.
6.
Well, I've never seen
Michael,
Martin Adams miss so
40.
many doubles in all my life as today. There you go.
It really has been the bane of his game today.
Game shot on the first leg.
And the reasoning
Michael
why
Huntley.
he's had a little steady slide down the table.
Second leg, it's Michael to throw first.
Out to five
Game
for
on.
Michael Huntley against these two. Penny for your thoughts, Martin Adams. Just keep the camera on him. It's like a game of charades.
80.
Well, one statistic he is topping. He's in the 180s bracket.
95.
He's at 11 now.
Yes, and probably he's definitely bottom of the double statistics, I would think. So
23.
to top one and be bottom of the other, he'd probably rather be in the middle of both.
Yeah, I'd have a little practice routine for Michael Huntley to try and work on these consistency issues.
45.
But the fact he's hitting the fives and the ones so much, that would be a worry for me. I always had one go-to routine that I used to work on when I was lacking consistency. Because when he gets it right...
100. $180.
Second of the match, when you bear in mind, he hasn't even hit a ton or a ton 40 in this game. So often you see that third column there, there's the highest number.
Not very often at all.
$60.
And there's my question there, Scott. Them two darts there basically covered the treble 20 bed. Why not go down to treble 19 where he's very, very good on it?
Or even a 25.
43. Martin required 121.
$98 with Huntley
43.
back on 212. Could have gone the treble 16 route there. It was just something that was open. One of my compatriots used to
125. Martin requires 78.
Simon Watley, who was in the BDC back in the day, said surely throwing at an open target with no blocker is the way forward, Scotty. And
72.
tried to do that, but
Michael, you require 87.
You don't always think it.
No, it's when you're up there. It's easy sat here. And I know when I do play, they'll be saying he needs to practice what he preaches. Well, from nowhere, it's bolt.
62. Martin, you require
That's the joys
6.
of being one of the best-known coaches in the country, my friend.
Oh, I know what I want to do. Martin, 0 from 9 on the outer ring.
No score.
That incredible statistic on the
Michael, you
doubles
required
today
25.
Continues. And he takes the board out with him there.
Game shot on the second leg. Michael Huntley.
Well, Martin Adams didn't see that coming when he missed the big number. It's not usual that you recover so well.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
That was for a hole to throw on Michael Huntley. Adams had already had a dart and straight into the wrong bed.
58.
Double 9 when he didn't want it.
Martin Adams has had 43 darts at a double today. And he's hit 6. Now, I know there's lots of statisticians out there.
95.
If anyone can show me one that's worse than for Martin Adams over the past 30, 40 years, well, I'll eat my hat.
$60. 45.
Yeah, when you're embroiled in a game like this, Scott, it's as if you're bringing each other down, isn't it? That's how it feels. You begin to fight with yourself, but Adams, he's got to just keep relying on the fact when he finds the treble, the rest follow. That's his first 140 of the game. Step by step.
I was just number crunching there, and it seems that he's hit as many 180s today as he has doubles. He's on 6 and 6. What a stat that is.
81. $85.
And guess how many legs he's won?
Yeah.
6. 6 180s. 6
100.
doubles.
Martin, you require 158.
Oh, Martin Adams and 158. I'll never forget that shot all the whole of my life.
44.
Were you sat on a double?
He was sat on a double, yeah. Yeah. 158 came to my rescue in 2015 in the Lakeside final. That was the moment. I knew my destiny.
140.
That was the moment.
Martin, you require 114. $30. Michael, you require 40.
Well, somehow, Michael Huntley has 3 darts for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third leg. Michael Huntley
playing his C- game as Michael Huntley. All he can do is just continue with this leg. Get
Fourth
off.
leg, it's Michael to throw first.
And just accept the 2 points, because he does move on to 8 points. He moves into 4th position. But Martin Adams, at the beginning of the day, we'll just beginning to think on Moving Tuesday, is he the player that can really kick on today? It just hasn't happened. That first comfortable first victory, nice steady 8 average against Mario Robbe. But since then, it's just all gone badly wrong for Wolfie.
100.
Yeah, and you don't need to be a rocket scientist to work out where it's gone wrong for him today.
55. $11.
And in these games, you just want that big black hole to come and swallow you up and get you out of there, don't you?
Look, he's been one of the best players in the world. Like I said, the word I use, you get embarrassed.
100.
It's just an awful feeling when you're up there and you're the spraying all over. What do? Do you throw it harder all of a sudden? Well, how come that one in?
85.
But he's the ultimate gentleman, the ultimate professional. He'll just get on with his job. There'll be no sulking or moping. He'll just move on to the next game. That's Martin Adams.
81.
Yeah, he's just an all-round good guy, isn't he? I mean, the biggest probably controversy in his playing life is should he have moved over, should he have not? And if you ever ask him about it, you know, he still sticks by that choice. And you know, us as fans of Martin probably know he would have gone there and made a damn good go of it. But he made his choice, and he's happy with the choice that he made as well. He doesn't go back on that.
$66. $41.
I thought for a
171.
moment he was going to go for another
Michael, you
treble
require
20 there.
138.
Yeah, when his mind's not on the job.
$85. Martin, you required 24.
Will he be back? 0 from 10 on the outer ring.
Game shot on the foreplay.
Hallelujah, he says.
Martin Adams.
Martin Adams is on the board in this game. Like I said, neither player playing anywhere, absolutely anywhere near their best. It's a real proper slow burner, this
Fifth
one.
leg, it's Martin
but there's
to
still
throw
2
first.
points on offer.
Game
and that's
on.
what both players have got to remember.
195 in 4 darts there for Adams.
$125. $95.
Well, that big 171 is
One
revitalised Martin Adams. And that's his third
180.
180 of this match. And he's still trailing 3-1.
100.
Yeah, when I came in this morning, Martin Adams said, how come they always play well against me? And in particular, he was talking about Mike Huntley, who was absolutely brilliant against Martin yesterday. It was by far his best game. Well, Michael Huntley was leading this match 3-0.
100.
Playing fairly poorly, because Michael Huntley's came into this competition playing really well, had real big hopes, but you can just see he's fighting with himself for consistency. That's the one word I'm going to use.
64.
He's
Martin,
finding
you require
trebles and then spraying them
96.
into 1s and 5s, and that's something that he needs to eradicate quickly. As Martin's beginning to find that treble. This is for an 11 darter from absolutely
Game shot on the fifth
nowhere.
leg. Martin
He shrugs
Adams.
his shoulders. Where's that come from? Wolfie is back.
I was
Sixth
going
leg,
to do
it's
the
Michael
wolf
to
cry
throw
there,
first.
but I won't.
Game on.
All from a 171, just to give him a lift.
100.
Yeah, we often sit in this desk and we talk about the spark, that catalyst, that moment. And that's what it was, because he looks like a different player right now.
Honestly, if you'd been out and made yourself a coffee
180.
and come back in, you would think you were watching a different game.
$100.
Boo. I thought we were going to have a 9 darter then.
I've got Scott Mitchell stands up if you love the dart in a
59.
minute.
$55.
May see Martin use the 18s if he's to single 20 here, but of course he's hitting the treble. He can't miss it at the moment. He can't miss it. 5 maximums in this game. It was a slow burner, to say the least. At 3-0, I had my real concerns for Martin Adams. He was playing absolutely terrible.
60. Martin, you
And all of
require
a sudden he's found
82.
a switch from somewhere. We've seen an 11 darter. Are we about to see a 12 darter? Tops.
62. $60. Martin, you require 20.
So it's double 10 for Adams. That's still a not too shabby 14 darter. Still a not too shabby 15 darter.
10. Michael, you require 126.
Well, we built him up for the past couple of minutes there, but Michael Huntley has darts here for the match. He's going to arguably get a dart the bull or double 6. He'll stay on the 19s bet. It's double 6. This is for the match.
114.
And what a
Martin, you
sensational
required 10.
turnaround that would have been. Adams has had two sensational
Game
legs.
shot on the 6th leg.
Started
Martin
to disappear
Adams.
with the double missing. He's grabbed himself in his head and said, I'm not going to keep missing these doubles. And double 5 went straight
7th
in.
final leg. It's Martin to throw first.
And now
game on.
he holds the throw for the last leg. And 6-7 minutes ago, you wouldn't have dreamed that we would have been here at 3-3.
$60. $100.
Fantastic last start there from Huntley. It has been all about Adams the past 3 legs. Sensational 5-180s in this one, but now it's finally poised. Very, very much in the balance.
140.
What turned it around? Was it the 171? Was it his mindset? Was it something? Did he kick himself up the backside and say, come on, what's going on?
177.
And now Michael Huntley's doing the same. Massive, massive 177 in context to the leg. Adams needs another one to keep his throw.
123.
What a recovery from the 1. Hitting that treble 1.
$46.
Yeah, every treble's like gold dust right now. If you can find that treble 20 or treble 19. 3-3, 178. However, the fact that Martin Adams is thrown first, surely that could be the difference between them right now.
95.
Just kisses into the treble 5. That could have very easily been a 140. How does Huntley respond?
Is there still more drama to come in this game?
$85.
Well,
Martin, you
that last
require
start.
83.
Just keeps it very interesting, but Martin will be first. That leaves 66. Dart at the bull for the match.
58.
That would have been a sensational
Michael,
way to
you
finish off
require
the match.
93.
Decisions to make for Huntley. Bullseye or treble 19. That leaves 84, so he'll just take his time. Again, his options on 84. You'll go back to treble 20. Not to be.
12. Martin, you required 25.
Well, this game's had absolutely everything. Are we about to see the end of it now? I said it's had everything. So you might as well just go 5-1-1, Martin. 2-2 for the match.
21.
Huntley's coming back.
Michael, you require
Could he do
81.
the ultimate robbing job here? At 3-0, they look like no other winner. It's going to be 12. No, it's double 13. Treble 12 leaves double 13. Match start for Huntley.
55.
And
Martin, you
that was
require
high,
4.
Wide and handsome.
No score.
Well, I expected Martin to move a little bit more there with 2 right on the wire. He couldn't have got them any closer if he tried. Huntley has a
Michael, you
big
required
mouthful of water.
26.
Cannot believe his luck. But is his luck going to be in? It's unlucky 13 is the number, and he needs double it.
No score.
Yeah, 10-8 was his decision there.
Martin, you require 4.
Yeah, I'm just writing my notes down here. I'm on my 7th page of this journal. It's 1-1. It's had everything. We have to
Game,
finish on MODUS,
shots,
the
and the
craziest
match.
game of the
Martin
MODUS Super
Adams.
Series Group A this week. It had absolutely everything as Michael Huntley, not playing anywhere near his best, went into a 3-0 lead. A 1-7-1 setup play from Wolfie really set him up from there as he found 5 180s to get it back to 3-3. Just when we thought we'd seen everything, the last leg had absolutely everything, from missed doubles to bust scores. But it's Martin Adams that gets over the line. He wins an amazing game, 4-3. It went all the way, but it's Adams that got the 2 points. As next up, it's Mario Robbe against top of the table, David Evans.
Welcome back to the action here at the Super Series, where that last match between Martin Adams and Mike Huntley was both bizarre and brilliant. It ended a run of 5 straight games that had a 4-1 scoreline, with Adams getting over the line in a decider. But now a return for David Evans, top of the table. He faces the man at the bottom in Mario Robbe, and he did indeed get a 4-1 scoreline in this fixture yesterday. I'll hand you back to our commentary team. It is Glenn Durran and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, we're still getting over that last game. That had absolutely everything. We have been laughing, chuckling, admiring. But in the end, it was Martin Adams that got over the line in that game. And, you know, had a big hug in the players' areas. I went to see, stick my head into that one. But this one, you'd have to feel, is a big favourite for David Evans. It's Mario Robbe, who's actually throwing his darts right now. He's having his own problems, is Mario. David Evans is looking in a real good position. He could get himself to 16 points with a winner, and again another 6-point lead, and that'll be the carrot for him.
First leg, it's Mario to throw first.
For me, it's all about how David Evans plays in this game. It was roundabout now, however, that Mario found his good darts yesterday. Will that be replicated, Scott Mitchell?
Well,
26.
Not so far. Is the answer to that one. It's a typical the way that this group has gone. It's top versus bottom.
82.
And I'm sure that the bookies would give Mario no chance in this one. But we both know that the game
60.
of darts is about 3.3 darts each. Both thrown from the same distance, and you never can tell
57.
in this funny old game.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the statistics and everything, he's only won 4 legs of darts as Mario today, whereas David Evans has sat pretty. So
100.
Any pundit, I guess, would say it's all about this man, but I've seen bigger shocks into the MODUS Super Series before, so let battle commence.
99.
Yeah, Mario may only just had the 4 legs today, but he also has the highest shot out of the day and of the week so far with a 167.
81. 59. 85.
'Evans here at 180 will lead 24 and he duly obliges.
Murray require 149.
Well, I'm not going to write this off. Well, I am now, but he has had that 167, which got alluded to.
60. David, you require
Evans, that
24.
setup play for a nice 16 dart start. Messi.
21.
And now,
Mario, you
even
require
Messi are being
89.
sat on 3. It's treble 19 for Mario, and he's hit it. Double 16. Double 8.
Game shot on the first
Double 8
leg.
it is.
Mario
I mean, one of
Robb.
the strengths for Mario is when he has got down to a double. The biggest problem for Mario so far is his scoring
Second
power
leg, it's David
hasn't
to throw
got him
first. Game on.
Double 8 there. Just a little wake-up call to David Evans that this game is not in the bag. You've still got to work. You've still got to go through your processes.
58.
And this would be a major shock if Mario was to get to the 2 points, but so far so good.
$50. 180.
Second 180 in this match for Stretch. Did you notice all the ducks around the place? Did you know they were to do with David Evans?
125.
No, I had no idea. I remember seeing them when I came in a few months ago, maybe. And I wondered what the ducks were, because I remember when I bought my hot tub, I got one of those ducks with the hot tub.
I couldn't afford the electric for our hot tub.
I got mine runs off the back of a tractor.
David,
mate.
you require 164.
So yeah,
we don't get that in Middlesbrough. You may see the bullseye coming here and back up to the 20s.
104.
Lovely board management there from David Evans. Doesn't want to mess about with his doubles this time, but he's outscoring Mario Robb right now.
140.
Yeah,
David, you
no
require
180s
60.
yesterday, did Mario, but he has it only the 1 today. Tops.
40. Mario, you require 146. $82. David, you require 20.
So to level it up then, double 10 for Evans. Our
Game
table
shot on the
topper.
second leg. David Evans.
He goes 1-1.
Third leg, it's Mario to throw first. Game on.
Evans there in deep thought about what's going on.
Yeah, we did say he was a bit of a thinker, didn't we?
100.
It's when you stand there. That's when you don't want to think. If you can just see the treble. And like I said, he's poetry in motion when he gets it right.
140.
Lovely start to this leg from David Evans. He's looking good. A little bit of a wobble there after the first leg. Missed start at a double. Is it beginning to take control? Like I said yesterday, it was roundabout now that Mario started
100.
producing his best starts. He's averaging over 81 himself right now, but David Evans, very solid 92.5 average right now.
60.
Tad unlucky there not to find a treble. There were 3 perfectly thrown darts.
$100. 140.
There's the duck. And I thought it was only me that was quackers in here.
$60. David, you require 161.
Not to be this time for Evans.
I like the bull with the last
65.
Once
Mario, you
again, to
require
leave the 2-dart
141.
combination. Good board management, but a chance for Mario. Good chance now.
$89. David, you require 96.
96 has a relative amount of pressure here from Mario.
56.
Evans
Mario, you
leaving his
require
preferred
52.
tops.
If he has a strength, it's about now.
Game Sean the third leg.
Sean in
Mario
diagram
Robb.
B. If he can get down to a double Scott, he looks good. It's just he doesn't have that scoring
it's
power
David
to
to throw
match
first.
these players
Game
in this
on.
Group A campaign.
It's been his absolute Achilles heel. Particularly today, the scoring has just not been there for Mario.
60.
But if he keeps getting down and he keeps hitting doubles, all of a sudden, as we saw with the last game, the scoring can actually start to happen for you. The confidence comes.
100.
You mentioned earlier that I'll go back and have a look at his throw. Well, one of the matches I used to like to look back on mine was the World Masters when I played Larry Butler. And you're in the comms box with John Gwynn.
140.
Is that an experience?
Yeah, super experience with John Gwynn. Unbelievable man to be in the box with from teaching you
60.
how to record a game so that you can go back to things that have gone on during the game. And I felt very privileged, and I did it a fair
97.
few times with him back in those days. And just a sensational man, just an avid darts fan that says he's just got the
60.
most amazing job to be able to talk about it. And sorely missed, John Gwynn, sorely missed.
And the voice as well, it was special, wasn't it? If I had one
60
commentator I'd love to have worked with, it would have been John.
Super
100.
iconic
David, you require 144.
Commentators at that time, obviously, was Sid and Dave Lanning. It's just, they were superb. And
132.
Well, them guys would have loved that finish there from David Evans. Just gathering his thoughts once again. This has definitely been Mario's best performance of the day.
$78.
There's that
David, you require
inconsistency
12.
treble, 3 trebles. We're all over the place. He's back down to that double 3. And exactly the same spot.
No score.
Chance for Mario. This feels like a
Mario,
freebie
you
when you get this
require
chance, because when he went
103.
back to his water table, he was expecting to hear the shout of game shot. Can he see out this out? Treble 17 is the shot.
$39. David, you require 12. Game shot on the fourth leg.
gets there in
David
the end.
Evans.
Probably an advantage for Mario there. I would have gone back at the 20s myself to leave the straight 60, just in case you got
Fifth
back.
leg, it's
A little
Mario
bit
to
of
throw
board management
first.
there.
Game on.
It was open. It wasn't blocked by his first dart. His first dart was above it. But Evans takes the double, and that sorts the problem.
121.
It's a good start for Mario on his own
57.
throw, and it's something I suppose you have to build from is your own throws. You've got to be holding your own throw to get anywhere, and he started this one
40.
So we'll be looking to hold, but
just typical of his week so far. Oh, Scott, he opens up the nice 1-2, 1-6, control of the leg, and then scores 40 to bring his opponent back in.
$85.
A good last find there. The first one he threw so rapidly and so quickly. And now we've got Dave Evans in his armchair. 180 all over it.
Yeah, agree.
$60. David, you require 164.
Again, he'll use the ball. Back up to the 20s.
64.
And once again, second best. He's left a 2-dart finish. Should go downstairs, but again, such a good marker. But the difference for me
David,
between a 95 finish
100.
and a 96 is huge. Can Mario prove me wrong and say, shut up, Durham, you don't know what you're talking about.
95.
Treble 19, double 19, there you pop.
To be fair, had he gone for a 25, you'd only needed 2 single numbers to get a dart to win it, but
55.
And there he goes, he hasn't had a
David,
dart
you
there.
require
Just
60.
one little piece that he could have done.
Game shot on the
make
fifth
life easier
leg.
for himself.
David Evans.
Dave Evans won't mind that. He's now broken the throw and now throws for the match.
Sixth leg, it's David to throw
look at the average of David Evans.
Game on.
Every single game, he's averaging between 85 and 89. He's even telling his opponents what he's going to average.
140.
And it is one of those situations, and you said it earlier, well, this is what I'm going to do. You either go past it and you'll get me.
28.
Or I'm going to get you.
Well, we've talked a lot about Group B this week, Scott. What's your feelings on Group C?
93.
Justin
Hood and Reece Colley, someone who you know very well.
Well, to be fair, all three are former England internationals of recent times.
100.
Kev is very sort of methodic. I know he records bits and pieces.
92.
Of the way that and he does a write-up every time that he's away with the seniors tour on social media, which is always a good little read. Reece Colley, 24 years old.
53.
From the Midlands. All right, Bab. Lovely, lovely fellow. I've just roomed with him for a week, and he left after gear behind, so I'll be bringing some of it back
45.
tomorrow for you, Glenn, hopefully to pass on to him when he left in the room. He's a young lad, and yeah, he'd leave his socks behind if they weren't on his feet. And yeah, Justin Hood, West Country.
87.
They
David,
all
you
stick
require
together like glue.
131.
He's a top lad as well.
Yeah, I fancy Justin Hood for that group. I've been chatting to the couple of the players as
45.
well. Kev said he's a little bit inconsistent at the moment. I've been watching the progress of Reece Colley all year. Watched him at the World Cup alongside yourself. And Justin Hood, who was last year, had a bit of an injury last time. He was very hampered with an injury to his leg.
63.
With him, he's
David, you require
fine fettle.
86.
As David Evans is also in fine fettle. Can he see off this game? He'll stay there. And it's bullseye for the match.
61. Mario, you require 170.
I thought that was going to go, that bullseye.
Do you think this goes?
I'm not so sure it will.
60.
In a big pressure
David, you
situation,
require
that was
25.
to stay in the match.
And talking about pressure, David Evans, can he handle it?
Game,
Yes,
shots,
he can.
and the match,
winning streak
David
continues.
Evans.
Still just the one loss for David Evans. Once again, just averaging that mid-80s area again. That's been enough for him to get to 16 points. David Evans is 6 points clear at the moment. He's looking so good in this Group A campaign. He's looking good to be here on Saturday night. 83.86, couple of 180s to boot. Can get better on the outer ring, but he is doing enough. All players have played 4 games so far today. They're all about to play their final game, and first up it's Mike Huntley against Stefan Schroer.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robbe Young.
Thanks for staying with us here at the MODUS Super Series, where we have just 3 fixtures left to play in the middle day of Group A. And it's Mike Huntley against Stefan Schroer before Sherrock takes on Mario Robbe, and then a meeting between the man at the top of the table, David Evans, and Martin Adams, a 3-time world champion. And as you can see, it looks like David has got his ducks in a row, a 6-point lead over Sherrock and Stefan Schroer and Martin Adams, of course. So the chasing pack still pretty much in touch, but if things go right for Evans here, it could be looking like he will be sitting very, very pretty going into the final day of action, and maybe the remaining players battling for Group B. 2 players have had decent days. Michael Huntley and Stefan Schroer are about to go head-to-head next, and guiding you through the action, it's Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, decent days, I think, is the right term for these 2 players. I think, no, Mike Huntley, just chatting with him yesterday, he's came with real intent. He's saying he's playing really well. He's winning an awful lot of ADC competitions in Wales, doing very well in the seniors. Against Stefan Schroer was the newest name for me. And when me and Scott first met him about 9 o'clock on Monday morning, he spoke very eloquently, very well, very confident. And then I saw his throw and I thought, well, he's got everything in place there. There's certain areas, as I've touched on throughout the commentary over the past day and a half,
first leg,
I think
it's
he can
Michael to throw
improve.
first.
One
Game on.
person who doesn't need improving is that man, Charlie Costafine, once again, superbly refereeing these matches. Final games for these guys now. Whatever's left in the tank, we'll be putting every effort in.
59.
For Michael Huntley, he can move to 8 points. He's sat just a little bit adrift at second bottom on 6 points. There's a gap then to 10 points where Stefan
100.
Schroer, the carrot for him is he can move into second place onto 12 points. And I think that's a credit for him. I think when he looks back on 2 days to see himself in second place, he'll be happy with that.
140.
Yeah, he will. And to be fair, we spoke earlier about the change of darts at the start of the day, and he did play with a different set of darts.
60.
Stefan. A brand new set of what he throws, but they didn't quite work for him. And he's put those back in the case, got the old faithfuls back out, and had 2 wins on the bounce. You know, a win against
38.
Mario Robbe and a win against Fallon Sherrock 4-1. So the other thing I like about him, that he
49.
realises if there is a problem, he's not frightened to change it.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that change stemmed from the fact that his last game yesterday, was very poor. It was 10 down on his average the rest of the day. And I just was thinking maybe the grip had been going as his hand was sweating throughout the day. So he'll wanna change that because, like I said, he's got that carrots there of getting to second place. He beat Mike 4-2 yesterday in the first game for them in the competition. So he'll fancy his chances.
60. Stefan, you require 152.
So 152, Schroeder's not going to go this time.
60. Michael, you require 146.
You can see what he was thinking. I mean, ideally, treble 18 was the shot to leave double 16, but it was such a good marker for him on the treble 20.
80.
That's what the frustration.
Stefan,
Again,
you require
Stefan
92.
expecting to go treble 20, but there is the option of the bull start. Why consider bull when you can throw a treble 20 like that? This time, he composes himself. Will it be a different outcome?
60. Michael, you require 66.
Tops it is then for Huntley.
46.
Again, not to be this time.
Stefan, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg.
Nice start there.
Stefan
Slid
Schroer.
down the side from Schroeder. He takes the first leg. And that was a break of
Second
flow,
leg is
nice
Stefan
and
to throw
early.
first. Game
He will
on.
now try to concentrate to hold his own and know that it will all be his way.
59.
We watched him earlier go for the 92. And back in the day, anybody from 95 to 90 always went the bull route because
60.
that seemed to be the way. And I think Wayne Mardle was one that was going, go on, have a bit of conviction, believe in yourself. If you've got 94 left, go for
41.
the 54. And that over the last year or so has started to creep in, and that bull route is starting to disappear.
Yeah, it's Chris Mason for me. I can hear it in my mind where if you can't back yourself to hit a
95.
treble with 2 darts, remember, on something like a 94, because if you can't hit a treble, you're going to get at least a dart to double. So it's Chris Mason. I can hear in my mind saying that, but I think under the circumstances,
91.
I still think if I was there, and again, it's dependent on what your opponent's on. But if my opponent's on a finish, I would usually start in the bull and give myself a dart at the bullseye, at least.
41.
I think sometimes it depends on how you're playing and whether you're confident enough to hit the
85.
25 and bull. And sometimes it's a better route for confidence to go for a 94 at treble 18 and hit an 18 than it is to miss the ball by a mile and make a whole sort of shebang of it, really.
Nice 180 there from Michael Huntley.
100. Michael, you require
I've walked to the rocky
125.
there, going for a dart, and then change my mind about there. And you think, what on earth did I do that for? And there's that inconsistency
68.
there once again
Stefan, you
from Mike.
require
That's the thing he needs to
125.
address over the next couple of days, weeks, months and years if he has aspirations of bigger and better things. Stefan can't finish. Chance for Huntley. 2 data.
105. Michael, you require 57.
It's tops for Huntley to break back.
Game shot on the second
Break
leg.
back he does.
Michael Huntley. Third leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
It's a night in front of the box for me, Scott, tonight. Norwich against Borough. Is it Speedway tonight for you, or is it a nice quiet one?
No, I've got some Speedway write-ups to do. We have a meeting tomorrow night, our last meeting of the season. And, yeah, I should be on commentary in the grandstand. I do love the Speedway. And, I work for Pirates TV.
100.
And commentate for about a couple of hours, 2.5 hours on my own, just rattling away. Yeah, do enjoy it.
100.
And it's all been all around the world. We have riders from all around the world riding for us, Australia and stuff. And I get messages from mums and dads of riders saying thanks for giving them the given mention. It's a lovely thing to do. And it's my local club where I went as 2 weeks old in a carry cot.
Pool Pirates?
That's it, Pool Pirates.
And how many? What crowd will be there?
59.
For a home,
for a home meeting, they can be anywhere between sort of 1,800 to 2,500. Really, yeah.
I honestly thought you were going to say between 50
95.
and 300.
No, they can. They're generally over 1,000. It depends who's down.
Wow.
Depends who's down. So yeah, it's
95.
It's not one of the UK's biggest sports anymore. It used to be, and that's why Wembley Stadium used to be oval, because it was a speedway track.
I remember. It was called the British Open, wasn't it?
Yeah.
140. Michael, you require 152.
They turned into World GPs, but we digress. Back to the darts. Right, Huntley chasing this 1-5-2.
36. Stefan, you require 66.
That's the Achilles heel, Mike. Back to 20s. Tops for 2-1.
46.
Just see how it kissed off
Michael,
the barrier. Sometimes it can kiss and then
160.
fluke into the tops. And you can see just a little grit in his teeth there. But chance here for Huntley. 116 is a finish us dart players do like. He has to stay there. Not this time, Mike. Not this time.
$43. Stefan, you required 20. Game shot on the third leg. Stefan Schroer.
3 breaks a throw in this match. Can anyone hold their own? Well, Stefan has got the darts
Fourth
in
leg
his
is
leg.
Stefan to throw first. Game on.
He's walked to the hockey there with real purpose. Whereas Mike just looks a little dejected, doesn't he?
Yeah, I was concerned how he came back from that last throw,
40.
and he just was not happy with himself, and a little bit more than being unhappy. It seemed like to me in the look in his face, and you don't want that. You don't want to see that.
100.
40 floor for Stefan in his last one. There's been many bounce outs today.
57.
We do use the world's premier dartboard here.
58.
Most players' favourite board.
$100. $60. $180.
The old faithfuls are back in the treble. 20 again for Schroer.
$100. Stefan, you
Last
require
dart there from Huntley
124.
over the top of the first two that looked to be a blocker, but he got a last dart in there.
$64.
A miss, but a good miss. Better than a single 8 for Stefan.
85. Stefan, you require 60.
Super straight. Doesn't need to move. Left or right. Double 10.
40. Michael, you require 98. $86. Stefan, you require 20.
Some days they fly in, don't they? And today it's not just happening for Huntley.
Will it happen for Stefan?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's a big
Stefan
dart in the
Schroer.
context of this game. Michael Huntley was sat pretty there. Once again, very sportsmanlike. Great darts, he says to Stefan. He just pats
Fifth
him
leg,
on
it's
the back
Michael
there.
to throw first.
And one thing about the MODUS
Game
Super
on.
Series, relationships are built next door in the players' area. They'll be spending a lot of time with each other. Maybe they've never met before. But I tell you, when they get on that rocky, though, it's all business.
And you end up having a bond with anybody that's in that room with you because of what you experience here during the week, particularly the guys that have
40.
been here a week. Maybe not so much with the Thursday, Friday guys who have only been in for 2 days sometimes, but the guys that stay the week, the 5 or 6 of them.
100.
5 obviously after Group A, but there's always a bond.
So if you were in there and someone like Mario Robbe, who's had a tough week,
121.
would you console him? Would you chat with him? Or would you be the hunter and saying, that's exactly what I want to see because that's 1 down, 4 to go?
No, I'm more on the consoling side probably. If they wanted to talk about it, I wouldn't push it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't push it. If they came to me and said, "Oh, I'm playing, a bit rubbish," I'd go, "Well," and I'd try and
41.
find some positives for them to take away. And I do that even as a commentator here. If I walk through there and it's the same thing at the end of the
100.
day, you give them a little G up. It's a new day tomorrow, mate. Come on.
No G up needed for Stefan Schroer right now. He's sprinting to the final furlong in this race.
60.
And nothing that
Stefan,
Michael
you
Huntley can
require
do right now. 6 darts
164.
minimum for Stefan Schroer. Can he just lay it up nicely? Treble needed.
56. $99. Stefan, you require 108.
Options on 108 from 20 all the way down to 17s. It's a 17s route. That leaves 91, so you'll stay there. 74 left.
35.
It's just a little bit
Michael,
messy.
you
Hence the
require
reason he just stopped his walk
140.
there because just very quick on the 18s bed to give this man a chance. Can't do. Needs to watch it some bust here. I've seen people go low on the 20s. I've seen treble
100.
12.
Stefan, you require
Stefan.
73.
Yeah, it makes the 73 more difficult for Schroer. The first dart is all important, and that is brilliant. Double 8. Moves across to get a good view of it.
57.
Not to be. What a great camera
Michael, you
shot that
require
was.
40.
Yeah, looked in even from that camera shot, didn't it? But he widened the bed, did everything right, but just hit the wire. Can Huntley get this double 10? He keeps smiling away with himself. The frustration is evident. Should be focused now.
20.
Not to be.
Stefan, you require 16.
And Stefan Schroer, when he came here on Monday, said he's here to win it. Well, he's putting himself in a good position if he can get this double 4.
12.
Not to be, so it's back to Huntley.
Michael, you require 20.
Another chance that he did not expect to get to hold throw.
Game shot on the fifth
He gets
play.
it.
Michael Huntley.
So can Stefan Schroer
Sixth leg, it's Stefan to throw
serve
first.
this one out?
Game on.
Yeah, it's classic match play, isn't it? It's the disappointment out from Stefan. Knowing he should be walking off the stage now. What the really good players can do is just forget that and move on to the next leg.
140.
And with a start like that, he'd be beginning to think, well, never mind. I'll be back in a second, and this time I will punish that double. For Michael Huntley, he'd be thinking the exact same. I should have been
140.
off the stage. So that tension and anxiety that was in my body's gone now, and just let the darts fly.
41.
Look at what you're throwing at. Throw at what you're looking at. That's what Mr. Bobby George used to tell me. The minute you think, son, it's over.
17.
He's absolutely right. You'd be thinking 140 here wins this game.
100.
That's a beautiful, beautiful last dart. Tough ask now for Huntley.
$100. $26.
Well, I saw one of the craziest games at the MODUS Super Series when Michael Huntley went 3-0 up against Martin Adams, and Martin Adams come back to 4-3, and even the conclusion of that game was bizarre. And Michael Huntley could be involved in another one because Stefan Schroer is getting himself close to that winning line and making it as difficult as he can to get there.
98.
That helps.
Michael, you require 149. $59. Stefan, you require 96.
He's been here before. This is for the match. And
Game,
gets there
shot,
this time.
and
Stefan
the match.
Schroer moves
Stefan
on to 12
Schroer.
points. Stefan Schroer will be in second place as Fallon Sherrock goes on to the hockey next. For Michael Huntley, it's been an interesting day. Very, very inconsistent. He knows his game's there. He's got to see the positives. Just a bit more higher scoring and a more consistency for Huntley. For Stefan Schroer, big success this week. He's here on debut. He can improve as well. But he puts himself into 12th position, gives himself an opportunity tomorrow. But it's over to Fallon Sherrock next. She plays Mario Robbe.
Welcome back. What a turnaround today for Stefan Schroer. Stefan, well played. First game today, obviously lost, but then since then, you've won your following four. How are you feeling about how you played today?
Well, today it wasn't that good. I think I'm being lucky with Martin Adams, who doesn't hit the double, Fallon, who clearly didn't have the points against me. And yeah, well, it's a bit lucky, but a 4 out of 5, I will take it.
Yeah, it's a good return, regardless. Very honest analysis of your own game there, but it puts you in a decent position, if not to top the table, to at least get into Group B, and that must feel good.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Group B is the group you want to you want to stay in, with Thornton, Lauby, and Steve West. Yeah. So yeah, you want to be on that group. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What were your ambitions coming into this week?
Yeah, of course. You don't going to be here to be a fill-up. You want to win it. That's for sure. But yeah, well, yesterday was it's all new for me, and today it's going to be settled in, and yeah, well, what I said, I've got the luck, but yeah, it's going fine, I think. Yeah.
What do you think the things you need to work on tomorrow to equal this kind of run?
Doubles. Yeah, really the doubles. Yeah, it isn't there. Only the match against Fallon, I think, it was quite good on the doubles, but further it's on and off. So yeah.
Yeah, you did have a few nice checkouts. A brilliant 106 in that game against Fallon Sherrock as well. So more of that, I guess.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I will be tempted tomorrow to do it, and we'll just see. Yeah.
And are you yet thinking about the possibility of playing here on Saturday night in front of the audience, being the last player to get through to Champions Week?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but my good friend of mine, Lennart, is going to get here from Friday till Saturday, so I owe him one. So yeah, I must be here on Saturday. Yeah.
Perfect. Well done today. We'll let you go and get ready, rest, prepare for tomorrow, and we'll see you then. And we have a couple more games to play, so we'll hand you back to our commentary team of Glenn Durran and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris, and another lovely interview there. And he speaks so well, doesn't he? And so honest and so passionately as well, exactly how he spoke to us on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. And I wouldn't use the word lucky. I think it's a job well done. 12 points after 2 days on debut. He's laid a real foundation there. And yes, maybe Martin Adams can do him a favour to keep it interesting, but of course it's in the hands of David Evans at the moment. But Stefan Schroer has been a real success this week, and he should be very, very proud of himself. It's Mario Robbe up next.
First leg against Fallon Sherrock. First game on.
Fallon will want to join Stefan Schroer on 12 points, and based on the legs difference, you would go into second place overnight with victory over Mario here. And so it's been a difficult couple of days for Mario Robbe. It'll be interested to get his thoughts and process of what's happened and the disappointment of not really kicking on today. And like I said, once again, yesterday was good in his final game.
85.
I think he's going to have to be very good to beat Fallon at this moment.
Yeah, he is. He's going to have to...
78.
On the top end of what he produced so far this week to get anywhere near what Fallon's producing as a regular game, really.
96. 60. 55.
2-2-3. So she won't stay totally on the 20s in this throw. She will go downstairs now.
59.
And it does leave a finish, and Mario should start on the 19s on 2-6-5 because one treble 19 would have helped him with a big fish of a finish.
28.
But them three
Fallon
darts, Scott
require
Mitchell, pretty much sum up
164.
the mood for Mario Robbe right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Fallon
132.
doing a sterling job there. And the sand iron on the way in, just a short chip to the hole
60.
now.
Fallon, you require 32. $28.
A tale of missed doubles, Group A. And maybe only David Evans is
45.
Because that's
Fallon, you require
staggering
4.
statistic that David hasn't averaged over 90 yet. One person who doesn't normally miss doubles.
2.
Is that lady in your picture?
Mario required 132.
Bullseye start. Treble 19. That would have left the bullseye. Can't do it now.
92.
But he's left it
Fallon,
pretty.
you required 2.
Madhouse for Sherrock.
Game shot on the first lay. Fallon
It
Sherrock.
was like she was just waiting for Mario to catch up there and then kill
Second leg,
the
it's
leg
Mario
off.
to throw first. Game on.
You just get the sense that David Evans has knocked the stuffing out the players. It just
60.
There's not a lot of energy from the players right now, and I think it's job well done so far for David Evans. He's got one massive game to come, but he could be looking down in big style if he can beat Martin Adams next.
64.
Yeah, he's kept his opponents flat, hasn't he? And he's just got on with business.
60. 56.
Yeah, you see a lot of the players then wearing the sleeves now, don't you? Have you tried it? I did. Give it one week of trying to see if that helped.
80.
No, I had to wear a T-shirt under my shirt once, I think at Minehead at the Players' Championship, because it was absolutely freezing cold.
Did you play on stage?
Yeah.
60. You played well. Did you play Michael?
No, I played Johnny, and I Johnny Clayton, and I played exceedingly well, but had
60.
Group A problems where I couldn't hit a double with 3 darts in my hand. And I should have won the game comfortably, and I lost 6-1. And
oh, it's not the game I'm thinking. Maybe it's the UK Open then. Did you play on the stage?
125.
Yeah, I think I did actually. Yeah, I did. I forget. Most dart players forget what they're doing. Oh, 180 coming in.
140.
Almost.
Yeah, they've been a rarity for Mario, just the one.
$180. Mario, you require 101.
The most practiced finish for me, treble 18. Can't be done. Chance of Fallon for 2-0.
53. Fallon, you require
This has been a
60.
pretty rapid game so far. Fallon
Game
leads
shot on the second
2-0.
lay. Fallon Sherrock.
Yeah, so answer to your question, I've never tried a long sleeve. I've never tried
Third
one
leg,
of
it's
those-
Fallon to throw first.
They're doing
Game
a sleeve
on.
arm thing now, aren't they, to just put on your arm. I know, quite popular with the Japanese players. They all seem to wear them out there.
41.
Yeah, I've been doing some coaching work with a Chinese elite team. And they're all so similar, the throws. And again, a lot of them are wearing the sleeves as
60.
well. But they're so schooled, the throw. It's as if the same coach has worked on every single player. I do believe that everyone needs a personality in the throw.
96.
Do something that you do. It should be natural. Not this is how you throw a dart.
Back in the day, I was asked to go and maybe
60.
coach the Indian team. But it didn't sort of come to fruition. I couldn't find the right amount of time to get away from the farm to maybe pop out there and do it.
58.
Well, he's a side-on view of Mario again here. And here's my thought. From there all the way back, an awful lot can go wrong. When you've got tension, because you want to throw from exactly the same
100.
spot every time you throw. Whereas Fallon's backlift is quite small, so not an awful lot can go wrong between that backlift there. So I'm never the biggest fan.
98.
I've never been the biggest fan of someone who has a real big pullback, because you can see where he threw the dart there. Exactly the same. And the third one for me was a
100.
bit shorter than the other two. So if you can, minimise that pullback as much as you can, or keep it as simple, that throw, as you can.
180.
Beautiful darts. 200 quid you owe me, Fallon.
Yeah, I'm sure it's in the post.
130. Fallon, you required 28. Game shot on the third
Quality.
lay. Fallon Sherrock.
Clinical. Clean. Fallon Sherrock leads 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Mario to throw first. Game on. 100.
There's your 200 quid back, Fallon. Sorry.
I told you all wrong. I told you all wrong.
140.
Just the 180 for Mario Robbe. Going into his 10th game now. I guess that's one area that'll disappoint him.
93. 100. 180. Mario
this
require
match.
161.
But still advantage to Mario in this one. Should use the ball with his last.
45. 140. Mario require 160.
So pressure on the 116 for Robbe. First dart is correct. Second dart is correct.
Game
Third
shot on the
dart
fourth leg.
is more than correct.
Mario Robbe.
And we stand by the fact that if he gets down to a double, he hits it. I will certainly be doing some
Fifth
number
leg, it's
crunching
Fallon to
soon,
throw
but it
first.
won't surprise
Game
me if the
on.
best doubles average as that man in your picture. His scoring power has let him down.
99.
Second ton plus finish of the week so far, and we are only 2 days in.
100.
Yeah, them darts are thrown with real purpose. A bit of confidence in them 3 darts there. That's what a moment like a 100-plus finish can do.
57.
And they're being projected with more power. It's a flatter arc, which is easier to judge where they're going.
85.
I felt like he was trying to play a faster game earlier, but it just felt frantic. Now it seems a better pace, but more controlled. But
180.
he's walking into a Fallon Wonderland at the moment. That's the 4th 180. Martin Adams had 5 180s in a game earlier.
100.
Looking good for Fallon to join Stefan Schroer on 12 points. She will be in second place overnight with victory
57.
here.
$100. Fallon, you require 108.
Because she loves the 18s. And that's the only problem. I never liked 108 for that reason, Scott.
Yeah, it's one of those. The dart is always going to be slightly in the way, and then even
83.
That was going to be a happy accident there.
Mario, you require
Look
160.
at Mario's left, Scott.
yeah, exactly what he's just hit the leg before. Here we go, different route. No, not a chance of it.
40. Fallon, you require 25.
So it's been a very up and down day for Fallon Sherrock. Can she finish on a high?
21. Mario, you require 76. Game shot on the 5th leg.
Leave
Mario
the man a
Robbe.
double.
He's punished Sherrock there, and you can see
6th leg, it's Mario to throw first. Game on.
the double stats: 3 from 13 for Sherrock and 2 from 2
45.
for Mario. And we have been saying it all today. It's just his scoring has not quite got him there.
In his first match, 50%, 2 from 4. This one is 2 from 2. In his previous game, 1 from 1. I won't mention the 1 from 8 in the
121.
middle, but quite clearly there. Doubles, A-OK.
$42.
Well, this is a spectacular turnaround when you think about it. I'd already wrote my conclusion notes for this game. But Mario is finding something from
100.
somewhere.
It's just a bit of confidence, isn't it? It's just a bit of
90.
hitting a couple of doubles and a couple of scores. And it comes flooding back.
$40.
They just seem a little tired, Dart and Fallon, at the moment.
41.
I don't care what anyone says. It's hard, this group here. And like I said, there's still 3-4 days if you qualify for Saturday night to go. And that can be on the mind, surely. Especially when
80.
things aren't going your way. For David Evans, I reckon he could play another 4 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. It's when it's going right, the game is the most
42.
amazing game.
Mario required 150.
When it's going wrong, you want to put him down for a week and never see him again.
$59. $140.
Blink
Mario
of the eye
required
is, where
56.
have you been, Darts? Chance for Mario Robbe to go to 3-3. Unlikely 5 minutes ago. Is it the reality?
No score. Fallon, you require 50.
For the match. Surely no more messing about. Double 16.
18. Mario, you require 56.
There was a bit more messing about. So 56 for Mario Robb. Bust it last time. Obviously 18s he's fancying. Double 9. Right bed this time.
47.
No, wrong line.
Fallon, you require 32.
Is that the beginning and the end of this game? Fallon Sherrock
Game shot.
wins the
and
match
the
4-2. She
Fallon
goes into
Sherrock.
second place in this group here. For Mario Robb, some positives in that game. Once again, he's definitely finished the day better than he started, but you can see him running off the stage. Probably a lot of frustration there, but as you can see from the tail of the tape, Fallon was the better player throughout. 4 180s for Fallon Sherrock. The power scoring can be there when she needs to do. 12 points. Will it be enough to challenge David Evans, who plays the final game of the day against Martin Wolfie Adams?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where David Evans was once described as a sitting duck by one of our commentators, Matthew Edgar. Now he's sitting pretty at the top of the table. A fantastic start to his campaign, 2/3 into it, and he's looking to win a match here that would move him 6 points clear of the field going into the final day. Always very difficult to bridge a gap like that. So can he get there? We'll find out. He's got a tough opponent in front of him, the 3-time world champion, Martin Adams, and that kind of sounds good, doesn't it? Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell have a few of those world titles between them as well.
Yeah, I've just got the one. Thanks, Murph. And yeah, my show-off mate here, he's got 3 as well. So best to ask him about those world championships. I'm happy with my one, and I remember it vividly.
Yes, we had a slight disagreement because I don't actually call mine the World Championships, but still the proudest moment, the best venue. And every time I see Martin Wolfie Adams, I don't know if other people do, but he was Mr. Lakeside for me. Even when he lost in the first round, which was very rare, he would stay the week and sign autograph after autograph. Where Mr. Misery Durrant, he would play his game and then go down to CIU
First
club and
leg,
never
it's
to be
David
seen
to throw
again until
first.
he played his next game.
On.
What an ambassador for the game you are, Mr. Durrant.
It was all about me in them days. Mellowed now, I promise.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I think you have. I'm a good judge of that. Yeah, I think you have. As you said yesterday, a few years ago, we would never have been sat this close together.
And dare I say, I'm quite enjoying working with you. Is
45.
Is that bad?
No, I'm all good with that. I actually said that to my mates last night at darts. I said, yeah, we're getting on good. I'm really enjoying it.
He's got me round the neck lately. Help me, someone help me.
When do you want me to take my foot off your neck?
But back to the darts now. And the man about to approach the hockey now, David Evans. Well, quite simply, he came here on Mondays. His 3rd favourite, but when asked the question who was the value for money, and certainly from my commentator, I'm not going to take any credit for that. He was the man. He's just played on the professional tour this week, just averaging shy of 100, and we felt like he had a really good chance. And he's delivered without being spectacular. So what I would like to see from David, whether it's in this game
100
or a game tomorrow, is a real top average. Because if you're going to win it on Saturday night, it feels like a round-robin stroke knockout. You've got to have that explosiveness, like a Dan Lowby, like a Robert Thornton, who can just hammer in scores like that. And I think if David's going to be lifting that trophy on Saturday night, I'd like to see that sort of facet of his game come out.
Yeah, if he's going to win it on Saturday night, he's going to have to go through the gears at some point, isn't he? And
95.
David, you'd like to be going through the gears at some
148.
point before you get to that Saturday night to know that they are there.
But I guess you don't win the tournament in Group A.
39.
He could have a couple of rest days and then come back fighting on Saturday. And he's a good guy, David Evans. Martin Adams has had a bit of absolute everything today. I'd be fascinated to hear what his thoughts are have been of the Group A campaign so far. So many ups and so many downs, from 10 darters to, well, just an incredible amount of missed darts at a double.
53. $135.
Tiny little setup there from
David
Adams.
Jurakai, 56.
Evans, though, with the advantage, tops, which has been his favourite.
46.
And that little bit of pressure from Adams.
Martin Jurakai, 40.
Just made that difficult for Evans.
Yeah, we nodded together when Martin checked out there because we weren't sure. David will have that 18 points on his mind. But this has been the Achilles heel so far for Martin Adams. Incredible amount of missed darts.
David, you require 10.
He doesn't want me to keep harping on about it, but that is the reason why he's in the position he is. Can Evans clean up?
2. Martin, you required
No,
10.
not on this occasion. Adams will go straight at it old school.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
first
the reason
leg.
why. If you're going to
Martin
split,
Adams.
have a chance of winning it. Have a chance of winning the leg. That's my whole attitude on that. I think once you two that up,
Second
unless
leg,
it's
it's Martin
something
to
you do
throw
regularly,
first.
which I know that
Game
David
on.
does do it regularly. For me to start 2 in a 10 up is no good for me because I don't do it regularly, and it would be wrong, and I'd be thinking, oh, I've wasted a dart. So there's no point in me even attempting it. I think it's down to each individual
60.
how they feel about the whole situation and whether it works or not.
Do you know, Scott, when I was confident, I would go for 2 double 4. When I was struggling in a match, I would go for double 5.
100.
You didn't need to tell me that. I knew that. I knew that from the days that we played. But I didn't find you on those going straight for double 5 days very often.
Because there was the figure that I'm not going to hit the big 2, I
26.
guess, is the conclusion to that when I look back now. But it was not a double 5, but, you know, I'd rather have had 2 darts at double 4. And probably David Evans is thinking that right now.
45.
He's shaking his head a lot there, and I don't want to see that from him. He's in a wonderful position. Don't give Wolfie anything. Mark my words.
And you used to bite your flights, mate.
I was obsessed with Phil Taylor. He did, so I did.
140. $78. $60.
You know him better than anyone, Scott. How would you assess the 2 days for him?
I think he would. I think he himself would
140.
say there's been moments of brightness and you know there's been moments of stuff that he would love to forget. But I think to have him back on the board,
David, you require 138.
it's great for us here at the Super Series. You know, he's had a bit of a break, and this is the start of coming back
98.
again and,
Martin, you require
and regular life for him. So
115.
I'm pleased to see him back, and any Wolfie's a good Wolfie for me.
Classy answer, Scott. Classy.
$75. David, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
1-1.
David Evans.
You can just see the relief there.
Third
I'm
leg,
just
it's David
thinking,
to
come
throw
on, best of
first.
5. Just
Game
let
on.
them go now. Both averaging the 70, so they're 10 points behind where they've been this week.
83. $100.
Good find with the last there for Adams. He's been struggling with that dart under the treble 20 the last leg or two, and he made perfectly sure
60.
that he was going over the top with those first ones and allowed the last one to be able to drift in.
It wasn't a great game between them. The first game of the whole week was Martin Adams that threw the first dart here on Monday morning.
29.
And it was David Evans, his opponent, at 9:30 on Monday, but it was a poor game between them. Expected better so far. Still plenty of time to warm up.
137.
It was interesting, Scott, that Stefan Schroer said he'd actually like to be in Group B because that's the place he wants to be with the likes of Thornton, West.
100.
And I have to say, I actually get that. I understand that line of thought.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Because I'm just looking, Adams, if he finishes 4th,
140.
I think he's in a fabulous position in Group C, Martin Adams, because he'll be up against Michael Huntley, who he knows he can play and beat this as he has done this week. Mario, who's struggling. Kev Dowling's openly admitted he's inconsistent at the moment. Reece Colley.
135. David, you
Justin Hood
require
for me is
81.
One will be next to him. Anyway, back to Group A, Glenn. I digress. Bullseye.
56. Martin, you require 137.
I agree with Schroeder on that front. This is the first time he's been here. He's youthful, he's exuberant, and he wants to play the best players. And you look at those guys in that group, he wants to test himself on that stage against the best players. So that's why he said what he said. Not because of the rationality of the situation of trying to get to Saturday.
77.
He wants to play the names that he's
David, you
seen
require 25.
on the telly box, and they're right there in Group B.
Game shot on the third leg. David Evans.
Evans leads 2-1. And in the in-play table,
Fourth
as I
leg, it's
just look
Martin to throw
across
first.
one
Game
of the
on.
screens I have to my disposal. 6 points overnight lead. Unassailable.
He's only got to win 3 then tomorrow, to be sure. Probably only 2 would get him through.
121.
But you can't then think like that at all.
We did see he's a bit of a thinker, so
140.
we might get his thoughts after this match. And the answer will be, I'll just take it one match at a time, because that's the standard answer we always give.
85.
You go back to your hotel room, you check your phone, you see your messages, and you look at that league table and you think, wow, job well done so far.
100.
I don't think he'll tighten up. I think he'll fancy his chances against Mario and Mike, you know, the way they've sort of been playing. And yes, he's going to have some tough games with the likes of Fallon, Stefan and Martin, of course. But I think he's got too much for a lot of the players, even with his B game.
85.
And when you go through, if he does go through and see this game off and he's won 9 out of 10, you really shouldn't be worrying too much about absolutely anything, really.
97.
He should be just concentrating on himself and doing his job, which he came here to do. I really can't see that he'll be looking at trying to go through with another 5 out of 5 tomorrow and
95. David, you require
dominate in the group,
164.
which he already has. Yeah, 95 left, Dave.
88. Martin, you require 115.
So 115 for Adams. He's going bullseye. No, he's not. Treble 19 for double 19 now. 76, he'll go back up.
59. David, you require 76.
So it's gone treble 20 all day. 16. Back up for his favourite tops.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
fourth
why
leg.
it's his favourite.
David Evans.
I think sometimes when you go down to the 16s and then back up to the top, it's a nice move. I know people
Fifth leg, it's David
would
to
say,
throw first. Game on.
statisticians would say that it's a long way away from the 20 and back up. But for me, I think as a player, it's nice to have
46.
a different feel and then find your range again up high. I think that's not a bad thing sometimes. And when you're 2-1 up, you tend to hit those 76s. When you're 2-1 down, you tend to wire them and they can become a problem.
83.
Charlie Corstefine there just stepping in to check on that last dart. Couldn't see it from his standing position.
119.
Good double treble visit after a poor start from Evans there.
$60.
Shake of the head from Wolfie as he goes to the board. Tells you all you need to know of what he thought of that visit.
91.
Evans using the treble 19 to his advantage here. Hitting it frequently
85.
in this leg. If he doesn't hit at the top, he's doing everything he needs to do. And hitting at the bottom, and he'll come down again because of the success.
58.
Not to be this time, but no major disaster. He stays 100 in front. Adams would have to start peppering the lipstick if he is to cause any problems to Evans in even draw level in this leg.
55.
And he hasn't quite done that.
$57.
So, good ball management again there from Evans. 130 left. He only needs one treble to get a dart or something to win the leg. And that's a good visit from Adams to
140.
pressure the 130.
David
So,
to require 130.
treble 20 for Evans. Blocking a little, so he moves over to the right. Treble 20 for the bullseye, not to be.
65. Martin, you require
Bullseye would have left
78.
him tops anyway, so 65 left for Evans. Adams nails the 54 and treble 18
Game
and
shot
the
on the
double
fifth
12.
way. Martin
a nice
Adams.
clean finish in 2 darts and a leg where he was totally out of it. It's a break a throw to Adams. When else at 3-2.
Sixth day, it's Martin to throw
Martin
first.
Adams to throw.
Game on.
Tenacity of Martin Adams shining through once more. But not quite the right release on that one. Disappointed with himself. Felt he'd got himself back into it.
26.
An opening score of 26 will not help. Hold his throat.
59. $65. $100.
Good return there from Evans. He's not quite finding the range as Adams with that first dart.
45.
He starts finding that 60 with the first dart. He is still one dangerous opponent, even at the ripe old age of 67.
45. $100.
There we go. Prime example of what I was just saying.
$60.
Smart money is 19s here. But he didn't want the 21. But he can still, if he'd have stayed straight, 18 left, 164.
56.
So Evans has now almost turned the throw.
$60.
And I like that Evans has struggled to find a treble 20.
85.
Treble 19 with the last, and that is a big
137.
137.
Martin, you require
So
124.
you feel this one has to go from Adams. Treble 18. Oh, that's high and handsome.
41. David, you require 40.
So it's David Evans then. to
Game,
make it
shot,
4
and
out
the
of
match,
5
David
today.
Evans.
In Group A on day 2, he gets over the line with a double top that's been friendly to him over the last 2 days. He reflects on another good day. The averages are nothing too much to write home about, but the guys have completed Group A on day 2 on moving day, but nothing's really changed. Evans is still there at the top of the table. He's on 18 points, and he'll come back tomorrow. One happy bunny.
Yeah, certainly. The only thing that's really changed on moving day is that David Evans is disappearing more into the distance.
Yes, you asked me the question at the beginning of the day, and I felt there was just a few more things to be added. I expected a little bit better from Fallon Sherrock today, and it just didn't materialise. And look, David Evans hasn't been at his best either. I think if he looks at and analyses his games, he's just done enough each time. He's telling the players what I'm going to average, round about that 85 to 90 mark during most of the games, and the rest have just been very inconsistent.
Well, let's have a final look at the results today then. Some significant ones in there, perhaps, when Sherrock did beat David Evans in his second match, their second match today. It looked like there might be a little bit of a decline, but David's picked himself up well.
And that's a good sign for David Evans. He can look at himself and say, well, despite a defeat, I bounced back after that. And yeah, that's one of the stories. I mean, 18 points after 20, and not averaging over 90 yet. I mean, that's something I didn't expect to say regarding David Evans, because he's a very good player. Great to see, great to watch on the hockey there. He's got all the tools of the trade, and I still think the best is to come for David Evans, but job well done.
Yeah, speaking of bouncing back from a defeat, I mean, 4-0 to Evans against Stefan Schroer in that first match today, but he's then gone on and won his next 4 matches. Brilliant stuff.
And what a nice interview. He spoke very, very nicely in that interview as well. And, I got the chance to speak to him on Monday, and he was very honest, very softly spoken, good English, and I really enjoyed it. And what I liked about that one, Chris, the interview, is that he wants to be in Group B with all the big hitters. You would think in Group C you got more of a chance of qualification, but no, Stefan said, no, I want to play them big players.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from him. Yeah, and as you said, when he spoke, he's not here to make up the numbers, is he? We see players come in and just kind of think, I'll feel my way into it. Maybe next time I'll get there. He wants to do it this time.
It's good. It's refreshing. He's, like you say, he's young. He's going to Q school. He's been doing a bit of the WDF circuit as well the past 6 months as well. So he's just beginning to really channel all his energies into the game of darts, and that's bearing fruit. He's delighted to be here at the MODUS Super Series, and he's shown his real qualities.
Yeah, claim to be lucky, but you've got to make the most of your luck, haven't you? Fallon Sherrock, then, what about her day today? Because there have been ups and downs for her.
Look, I like to analyse, I like to look at people, and I think the game's in good shape. It's just not really materialised here at the MODUS Super Series this week, and like I said, this Group A, it's tough on anybody. I thought there was some tired darts in the last game as well, some really dipping low, but when she wants to be good, she is good. I wouldn't be panicking if I was in Fallon's corner right now, because she knows there's bigger things around the corner as well. But don't be surprised if she's there on Saturday night still, and with a crowd. She always brings a lot of people here. She's a real ticket seller, etc., because she's big news when she plays. She could still lift that trophy on Saturday night.
Yeah, she got that win against David Evans herself as well. At that point, it looked like she might be the one to bridge the gap. Beat Mario Robbe, we saw at the end of that. Mario has not had much luck this week, has he? He's only won 1 match, none of them today. But he did get the highest checkout in the group so far.
Yeah, an incredible 167. And like I said, that's not just the only story about Mario. As we look at this 167, his darting doubles were very, very good. He just hasn't got the scoring power to get down to a double, but when he does, he hits them, so he'll know that in the back of his mind. Mario was, I go back a long way with him, and he's trying to strive to get back where he once was, and, this is the idea of being here, and he'll be finding an awful lot about himself and where his game is.
Right, 1 day to go left in this group. We'll take a look at the table going into it, and the question is, I suppose, Glenn, is it done? Is David Evans at finals night?
Oh, yes. I mean, absolutely, no doubt whatsoever. But because he's too strong for Mario and too strong for Michael, and I think two wins tomorrow will be enough anyway. So You know, just still plenty to play for because that Group B is just whetting the appetite. And if you add a Fallon, Sherrock and Martin Adams into that, we could have the best Group B ever.
Yeah, good point, good point. Well, this group has one more day left to go, and this week will fill the final place at Champions Week. That is coming up next week, and a former champion, Conan Whitehead, he's trying to get his crown back.